Scott's the only chair there, right?
Yeah. So I'm 35, right?
Michelle.
I'm going to call this meeting to order of the Planning Commission for February 2nd, 2026. Just to remind everybody in the crowd, please turn off or silence your cell phones so we don't have any distractions going on here. First thing is roll call and establish a quorum. Kim Portillo is our city manager. You want to go ahead and call the names.
Dennis Lund, absent. Sherry Hansen.
Here.
Harold Waugh.
Here.
Mark Pressinger.
Here.
Don Homan.
Here.
Ted Davis.
Here.
Ken Bateman.
Here. Given the sufficient number of people are present, I determine that we have a quorum and can conduct business today. First item on here is the approval of the January 5th, 2026 minutes. Does anyone have any corrections or modifications to the minutes as presented? Hearing none, I will entertain a motion to approve the minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the minutes of January 5th, 2026 meeting as presented.
Is there a second?
I second.
Motion has been properly made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Okay.
Nice.
There is nothing for old business. Ms. Portillo, do you want to talk the first thing on our agenda?
Yeah, so our first item tonight, we would like to welcome our new Planning Commission member, Ted Davis. Ted has experience in similar roles with the Board of Zoning Appeals, so we welcome you on tonight.
Thank you. Thanks, Ted. Next item up is 2026-02 SUP Special Use Permit for 100 Highway Terrace. Staff, please present your report.
Thank you, Planning Commission and members of the audience. Tonight before us, we have a special use permit request to allow a jail or prison in the I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District. This is located at 100 North Highway Terrace. The property is approximately 20 acres in size and was previously used as a correctional facility. The proposed use will house approximately 1,000 detainees with 300 employees. The current zoning, as I mentioned, is I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District. In this zoning district, a special use permit is required for the requested use. The future land use designates the property for industrial use, and as you can see, it does border into the city limits of Lansing. Surrounding uses include a mix of industrial uses with some institutional. So to the north, we have the VA cemetery. To the east, we have a private cemetery. To the south, there is some residential separated by a landscape buffer. And then to the west, we have a mix of light industrial uses and some heavy industrial warehousing, some office space, some things like that. And I'll pass it over to our city manager, Scott Peterson, who will go through the golden criteria and factors for you all today.
Thank you, Kim. All right, I will start briefly with the procedural history to kind of outline how we got here. Please follow along with your packet. I will be summarizing, not reading word for word on this part. In 2012, the city passed an ordinance amending the city's then effective development regulations to, among other things, require a special use permit to operate a jail or prison within the city. Prior to and after the city's 2012 revisions to the development regulations, CoreCivic operated a detention facility, jail or prison known as the Leavenworth Detention Center. Prior to the 2012 revisions to the development regulations, CoreCivic was not required to obtain a special use permit. After the enactment of the 2012 revisions to the development regulations, and when CoreCivic was formerly housing detainees at its Leavenworth facility, it did not require an issued special use permit because the use of its property as a jail or prison was grandfathered pursuant to Section 105E2 of the development regulations. Therefore, after the enactment of the 2012 revisions to the development regulations, CoreCivic's use of the property as a jail or prison was deemed to be lawful and conforming as a special use, or as if CoreCivic had a valid special use permit, subject to the terms of the development regulations. CoreCivic stopped housing detainees at the property and the facility on or about January 1, 2022, and CoreCivic has not housed detainees there since that time. In 2024, CoreCivic began engaging in conversations with the city about the possibility of CoreCivic housing detainees at the property pursuant to a contract or other arraignment it claimed to have, for which it claimed to have been negotiating with ICE, or Immigration and Customs Enforcement. On February 21, 2025, CoreCivic applied to the city for a special use permit for use of the property as a detention center. A planning commission hearing was scheduled for April 7th of that year, followed by city commission meetings on May 13th and 27th, respectively. However, on March 13th, 2025, CoreCivic withdrew its application, taking the position it did not need a special use permit. As such, several court cases have followed. I believe, December 4th of 2025, CoreCivic again filed the current application before you for a special use permit. CoreCivic again states that it would be housing detainees at the property pursuant to a contract or other arrangement it claims to have with ICE again. It is important to note, however, that CoreCivic is not ICE. Rather, CoreCivic is a private corporation and a federal contractor to ICE. Although CoreCivic has not advised the city of any other contractual relationships, CoreCivic could conceivably contract with other detention authorities, such as, for example, the state of Kansas. Public notice was notified, and I'll skip along to some of the challenges we had with the site and the facility in the past. Again, we'll not read these word for word. I will just highlight some of the ones that I think are most applicable to our recommendations moving forward. In the last several years of the facility's operation before it closed at the end of 2021, the Leavenworth Police Department encountered many significant problems in responding to reports of crimes, including violent felonies, at the facility. Due to frequent changes in leadership at CoreCivic, we had difficulty getting these problems addressed. The Leavenworth Police Department needs immediate access to the facility to properly investigate crimes. Despite this, officers had a difficult time accessing the facility after receiving reports of crimes. Whether officers would be permitted to enter depended entirely on who was in charge. Officers often were not allowed access at all and had to conduct interviews outside of the facility's gates. Likewise, CoreCivic failed repeatedly to report significant crimes that occurred on the property until a significant time passed after they occurred, often several days and sometimes months later. In one instance, in November 2018, CoreCivic failed to report a death of an inmate to city police for 6 days. Police need a standard protocol that allows officers to obtain video evidence from detention facilities without a subpoena. The procedure for obtaining video evidence from CoreCivic was problematic. The rules changed frequently, and again, they seem to be differing depending on who was on duty. That was directly from a testimony from Chief of Police Pat Kitchens. As for the wastewater treatment division, similarly, Tim Gordato, our superintendent for our wastewater treatment plant, testified from 2017 through 2021, the wastewater division received at least 4 separate calls from concerned citizens regarding malfunctions at the facility, and the city was required to submit 3 wastewater incident reports to the KDHE due to sewage spilling onto the ground. I apologize, I'm getting over a cold. The facility uses grinder pumps to process its waste. When the grinder pumps malfunction, the facility bypasses this equipment and redirects excess debris into the city's sewer system. The excess debris includes sheets, rags, and other large pieces of waste, material that the city's sewage system is not designed to handle. This occurs upstream from the city's select lift station, which is a critical infrastructure component for managing the city's sewage system. As the bypass debris from the facility flows downstream, it often gets caught in the impellers of the pump stations, This has led to numerous calls to city staff at all hours of the day to address the issue. So that's kind of a brief of where we got to here, and it will address some of the recommendations we have moving forward. So, how you make a determination moving forward is based largely on the golden factors. These are so-called from an actual case called Golden v. City of Overland Park, and not to any kind of biblical relation to them. Also, McPherson Landfill, Inc., the Board of County Commissioners of Shawnee County played a factor in these as well. The golden factors to be considered, and staff's analysis of such factors are as follows. First, the character of the neighborhood. The character of the neighborhood is predominantly institutional and industrial in nature, with limited residential located to the south. Properties to the north and east consist of cemetery uses, including a federally owned VA cemetery and a privately owned cemetery. These uses are low intensity and generate minimal daily activity. The area to the west is characterized by heavy industrial zoning and uses, including service-oriented businesses, warehouses, and offices. Single-family residential zoning and uses exist to the south. However, they are separated from the subject property by grade transitions and a wooded buffer. The subject property itself has historically been used for institutional purposes, including a former correctional facility. The historical presence of a correctional facility contributes to the established institutional character of the area. The proposed detention facility would be consistent with the established pattern of development. It would not introduce a new or unfamiliar land use to the surrounding neighborhood. Second golden factor, zoning and uses of nearby property. Subject property is zoned I-2 heavy industrial, as are the properties to the west, which are developed with industrial uses such as a lawn service company, electrical contractor, warehouses, storage, and office buildings. These uses align with the intent of the I-2 zoning district. The property to the north is unzoned and federally owned, operating as the VA cemetery, while the property to the east is zoned A1 agricultural through Lansing zoning requirements and developed as a cemetery. These adjacent uses are generally compatible with industrial and institutional development due to their low traffic and operation intensity. Properties to the south are zoned R2 single unit residential district, again through Lansing, and developed with single family homes. The single family properties are physically separated from the subject property by existing topography and vegetation. A wooded tree area located atop a ridgeline lies between the subject property and the residential neighborhood, with the homes and detention center sites situated at lower elevations on opposite sides of the hill. Given the surrounding zoning, land uses, historical site context, and natural buffering from the residential development, the proposed detention center would be an appropriate use of the property. Third golden factor, the suitability of the subject property for the uses to which it has been restricted, that is, whether the property can be developed as zoned. The subject property was historically developed as a jail or prison, and the former buildings for that use remain on site. Given the specialized nature of the existing structures, adaptive reuse of the site for other permitted industrial uses would be limited and require substantial renovation or demolition. In contrast, reuse of the site as a detention center optimizes the functionality of the existing structures without the need for significant site disturbance or construction. Next factor, the extent to which removal of the restrictions will detrimentally affect nearby property. Removal of the restrictions and approval of the special use permit with the below described conditions is not expected to detrimentally affect properties. The site is located within an I-2 heavy industrial district and is separated from nearby single-family homes by a wooded berm and ridgeline, providing visual and noise buffering. The special use permit would allow continuation of an institutional use compatible with surrounding development. Kim, would you mind taking over for me while I rest my throat? Thank you.
The next golden factor is the length of time the subject property has remained vacant as zoned, often considered in determining whether the current zoning is prohibiting development. The property was previously operated by the same entity, Core Civic. Core Civic stopped housing detainees at the property and the facility on or about January 1st, 2022, and Core Civic has not housed detainees there since that time. Given the discontinuation of the use for a period greater than 24 months, the City Commission determined, pursuant to Resolution Number B-2394, that any use of the facility and/or the property as a jail or prison is no longer a lawful non-conforming use, and that any use as a jail or prison shall and does require a special use permit. The City Commission further determined in Resolution Number B-2394 that, given such discontinuation, any previous or previously deemed special use designation was thereby administratively rescinded. The property cannot be used for its intended purposes without a special use permit. Therefore, this factor weighs in favor of granting the special use permit. The next factor, The relative gain to the public health, safety, and welfare by the destruction of the value of a complaining party's property as compared to the hardship imposed on the individual landowner, the applicant, if the rezoning is not approved, and in that it means the special use permit as well. Approval of the special use permit with the below described conditions provides greater benefit to the public health, safety, and welfare than any potential impact to nearby properties. The proposed use reuses an existing facility specifically designed for institutional use, while the surrounding properties are protected by industrial zoning, existing land patterns, and natural buffering. Denial of the request, as limited by the below described conditions, may impose hardship on the applicant since it has been developed the site has been developed for use as a jail or prison, and there is a limited market of prospective purchasers for the site in its current state. The recommendations of permanent and professional staff. Based on the items outlined in this policy report, staff recommends approval of the special use permit with the conditions stated. And then our final item is conformance of the requested change to the adopted or recognized master plan. The adopted comprehensive plan designates this site for a future land use of industrial. The proposed use would be in conformance with this designation.
I'll pick it up with the conditions if you want to keep going.
Okay. Section 2.04.B7 of the Development Regulations provides a list of additional findings that the City Commission must make when considering the issuance of a special use permit. Those findings and staff's analysis of such findings are as follows. A. The proposed special use complies with all applicable provisions of this ordinance. Staff finds that based on all available information with the conditions, the application complies with all provisions of the City of Leavenworth Development Regulations. B. The proposed special use at the specified location will contribute to and promote the economic development, welfare, or convenience of the public. Subject to the conditions, the proposed use will contribute to the economic development and public welfare by returning a currently vacant detention facility to active use. Given the specialized nature of the building, finding an alternative use would be challenging, and prolonged vacancy could lead to deterioration and blight. The proposed use will reintegrate the property into the local economy. C. The special use will not cause substantial injury to the value of the property in the neighborhood in which it is located. Based on all available information, but with and subject to the conditions, staff does not believe that the proposed use will cause any substantial injury to the value of other property in the neighborhood. The proposed use would be consistent with the building's original purpose. The facility was originally designed for detention use, meaning this proposal would restart a long-standing land use rather than be an introduction of something new or disruptive. The facility is bordered by a 158-acre cemetery to the east. The 133-acre Secretary of Veteran Affairs owned Leavenworth National Cemetery and another institutional use, the 192-acre Department of Veteran Affairs Medical Center complex, border the site to the north. Industrial uses border the property to the east, and a residential neighborhood is adjacent to the south. A key factor in minimizing any impact on the residential subdivision to the south is the presence of a dense, established wooded buffer area between 75 feet and 100 feet in depth. This landscape barrier obscures the facility from view and also acts as a noise buffer. Residents will not have a view of the facility helping to maintain the residential character of the neighborhood. D. The location and size of the special use, the nature and intensity of the operation involved in or conducted in connection with it, and the location of the site with respect to streets giving access to it are such that the special use will not dominate the immediate neighborhood so as to prevent development and use of neighboring property in accordance with the applicable zoning district regulations. In determining whether the special use will so dominate the immediate neighborhood, consideration shall be given to 1. The location, nature, and height of buildings, structures, walls, and fences on the site. 2. The nature and extent of landscaping and screening on the site. 3. Off-street parking and loading areas, whether on the premises or auxiliary to the premises, will be provided in accordance with the standards set forth in the appendix, and such areas adjoining residential uses will be located to protect such residential uses from injurious effect. 4. Adequate utility, drainage, and other necessary facilities have been or will be provided. And 5. Adequate access roads or entrance and exit drives will be provided and shall be so designated to prevent traffic hazards and to minimize traffic congestion in public streets and alleys. Staff finds on that the location and size of the special use, the nature and intensity of the operation involved in or conducted with it, and the location of the site with respect to streets giving access to it are such that the special use will not dominate the immediate neighborhood so as to prevent development and use of neighboring property in accordance with the applicable zoning district regulations. The facility's discharge of excess debris has caused the city to divert up to 4 of its workers at a time. Oh, sorry. Where am I? My page must be wrong. The facility is being repurposed with an existing structure designed for detention use, avoiding the need for large-scale modifications or expansions. The site has access from Muncie Road, a designated collector road capable of providing adequate access. Through the below-listed conditions and the performance agreement, Core Civic has shown a willingness to work with the City Public Works to ensure proper sewer infrastructure management, preventing further strain on city services. Similarly, through the conditions and the performance agreement, clear protocols are established for law enforcement activities, including all calls of service to minimize disruption to the surrounding community and address any difficulties. And I'll let Scott take it over from there.
So I know that was a lot of reading, and we got a lot more reading to go. But just to clarify, it is staff's opinion that they do meet all of the golden factors, and all golden factors need to be met in order for a special use permit to be approved. As such, staff is recommending approval of the special use permit based on analysis and findings, including herein with the following conditions. And so I will now just read the conditions. Each condition has a staff note on it. We are more than happy to, I'm not going to read those because they're lengthy, but we're more than happy to answer any questions you have per any specific condition when we get to that. First condition, Core Civic shall operate the property and the facility in accordance with the special use permit, the city's development regulations, and all applicable federal, state, and local laws, collectively laws, related to the property and the facility. Core Civic shall obtain and maintain all proper licenses required for operation of the facility. 2, promptly following the effective date of the special use permit, Core Civic will diligently pursue accreditation of the facility from the American Correction Association, otherwise known as the ACA, Commission on Accreditation for Corrections. Core Civic shall achieve such accreditation within 18 months of the effective date of the special use permit and provide the city with a copy of the certificate of accreditation documenting the same.
Mr. Peterson?
Yeah.
Do you want questions after you finish this, or?
Yeah, let's wait till we get through it.
Okay.
If you don't mind. Third, Core Civic shall operate the property and the facility in accordance with the national detention standards promulgated by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, revised 2025, or such standards as may be required by any current or subsequent detention agreement, and in accordance with the expected practices set forth in the performance-based standards and expected practices for adult local detention facilities, 5th edition, published May 2023. Published by the American Correctional Association, as same may be amended. Fourth, Core Civic will provide the city, its agents, and employees access to the property and the facility at reasonable times and upon reasonable prior written notice to monitor compliance with the conditions of the special use permit and the performance agreement defined below, and to perform inspections as required to maintain proper licenses required for operation of the facility. The city, its agents, and employees will be permitted to reasonably document such access and inspections, provided that subject to city rights or obligations under applicable laws, the city shall reasonably comply with such measures and protocols for the protection of detainee privacy and facility security as may reasonably be required by Core Civic and or those entities with whom Core Civic contracts to provide detention services. And further provided that Core Civic shall provide the city with written copies of such requirements, measures, and protocols for access and inspection currently in effect at the time of such request for access and inspection. Fifth, only adults aged 18 and older may be detained in the facility. Sixth, within 5 business days after written city request, Core Civic will provide a roster to the city of all detainees at the facility. City agrees that, to the extent permitted by law, such records may be held by the city as correctional records subject to KSA 45221A29 of the Kansas Open Records Act as amended. Notwithstanding the foregoing, city acknowledges and agrees that roster release may be subject to prior consent of any applicable detention authority, and the period for Core Civic's performance under this condition shall be extended for such longer time as is reasonably necessary to obtain such detention authority's consent, provided that Core Civic has requested such consent and provided the city with a written copy of such request within the above stated 5 business days. 7th, the special use permit will be issued for an initial term of 5 years, commencing as of the effective date of the special use permit, and subject to the development regulations and any legislative or quasi-judicial determinations within the purview of the city and or its governing body, shall be subject to continuation for additional terms of 5 years. Nothing herein shall preclude the city from exercising its rights or remedies under the development regulations regarding review, payment of annual special use permit fees under section 2.04C of the development regulations, Such fees currently estimated at $25 per annum. Discontinuance, violation, revocation, or rescission of the special use permit or the use of the property or the facility, including but not limited to those under Section 2.04C and Section 2.04D of the Development Regulations. 8, as provided in Core Civic's letter of intent to the city dated December 4th, 2025, and submitted with its special use permit application, the letter of intent, and unless otherwise ordered by a court of competent jurisdiction, or unless the detainee resided in the city of Leavenworth at the time such detainee was detained, no detainees will be released directly into the city of Leavenworth. Except as set forth herein, all detainees processed through the facility will be transported or have their transportation arranged by Core Civic, whether through a detention authority or otherwise, the Kansas City International Airport, Kansas City Union Station, or to the nearest office of the detention authority not located in the city of Leavenworth, Kansas. 9, at any one time, the facility shall not be used to detain or house more than 1,104 inmates or detainees, its rated capacity. Notwithstanding the foregoing, to accommodate a request for surge capacity, Core Civic may detain or house inmates or detainees in excess of such capacity only upon prior written approval by the City of Leavenworth Fire Chief. 10, Core Civic shall have a staffing pattern to effectively staff the facility in a safe and secure manner, number, type, and distribution of staff. The number, type, and distribution of staff as described in the staffing pattern shall be maintained throughout the term of the special use permit. Subject to the remaining provisions of this condition, number 10, Core Civic will staff the facility, whether through employed staff, contracted staff, or otherwise, at a ratio of not less than 0.29 full-time employees or staff, FTEs, per 1.0 inmates or detainees. By way of example only, assuming a full rated capacity of 1,104 inmates or detainees, and as provided in the letter of intent, Core Civic will staff the facility with no fewer than 320 FTEs. The number of FTEs may be proportionally lower than this requirement when the facility is not fully occupied. Staffing levels shall not fall below a monthly average of 80% of the requirements set forth in this condition 10. However, the use of overtime and temporary staff may be used to fill vacant positions. Core Civic shall maintain a competitive salary schedule for all personnel comparable to the applicable U.S. Department of Labor area-wide wage determination. Core Civic will promptly provide information as the city may reasonably request to confirm compliance with this requirement with names of employees partially redacted and social security numbers fully redacted. Core Civic will install within 6 months after the effective date of this special use permit a new grinder pump pursuant to specifications approved by the city's Director of Public Works. Core Civic will install and maintain at Core Civic's cost, equipment, personnel, materials, and supplies consistent with commercial industry standards to reasonably prevent negative impacts to the city's sanitary sewer and storm sewer facilities. Core Civic will provide the city with prompt notice if Core Civic has reason to believe that foreign objects, chemicals, or other materials have been disposed into city sanitary storm or city sewer or storm sewer facilities inappropriately. 12. Within 3 months after the effective date of the special use permit, Core Civic will install or reinstall a tree line buffer on the property between the facility and those properties located directly to the south of the facility with such plantings and caliper of trees as the city may reasonably require. 13. Within 2 weeks after the effective date of the special use permit, Core Civic shall provide the city with any current contracts or agreements which Core Civic has with any detention authority for detention services related to the property or the facility, each a detention agreement. Thereafter, Core Civic shall promptly provide the city with copies of any amendments to any detention agreement. The provision by Core Civic of any detention agreement shall be subject to only such redactions as may be permitted by applicable open records or freedom of information laws. Core Civic shall promptly inform the city of any actions related to the detention agreement that might impact Core Civic's authority to operate the facility under the special use permit. The city shall treat all detention agreements as confidential and shall not share or otherwise distribute any detention agreements without the express written consent of Core Civic and, if required, the relevant detention authority, unless release or disclosure is otherwise required by law, including pursuant to an open records or freedom of information request as reasonably determined by the city. 14th, the special use permit is subject to the terms and conditions of that certain performance agreement attached hereto as attachment 1 and incorporated herein by this reference. The effectiveness of the special use permit shall be contingent and dependent upon the execution by Core Civic of the performance agreement. 15, Nothing in the special use permit or the performance agreement shall preclude the city from exercising its rights or remedies under the development regulations or applicable laws regarding discontinuance, violation, revocation, or rescission of the special use permit or the use of the property or the facility, including but not limited to those under section 2.04.c and section 2.04.d of the development regulations, subject to such rights as to notices and/or hearings as to which CoreCivic may be entitled thereunder. Nothing in this special use permit or the performance agreement shall be deemed a waiver by the city or the Leavenworth Police Department of their ability to obtain and act on a search warrant or administrative search warrant for the purposes of ensuring compliance with the city's development regulations or of the ability of the city or the LPD to act in accordance with applicable laws in furtherance of any such warrants. 16th, finally, if any part, term, provision, or condition of this special use permit or the performance agreement is held to be illegal, in conflict with any law, or otherwise invalid, the remaining portion or portions shall be considered severable and not be affected by such determination, and the rights and obligations of the parties shall be construed and enforced as if the special use permit and/or performance agreement did not contain the particular part, term, or provisions held to be illegal or invalid. As you can tell, the attorneys have looked at that a couple times. So, do we want to pause and then go over, do questions now or then go over the agreement?
I think questions for staff would be appropriate.
Okay. Questions for staff?
Yes, we have clarifying questions. Mark,
I have a list of them. First of all, welcome to everyone that's in the crowd, and I imagine there's quite a few people outside. Welcome to CoreCivic. Not here to lecture anyone, but I must say, CoreCivic, whatever goodwill you had with this city over the past year, I think you have squandered it. Hopefully, you can regain that. Now, the last year has been tough for us as a city because of the lawsuits you've pushed on us. And so, for the last year, you've not been a good neighbor. Hopefully, that will change. I am concerned by the way the police were stonewalled on many occasions, according to Chief Kitchen's testimony, and I'm hoping that doesn't occur in the future. What agreement or what guarantees do we have that the police can, if there's an issue, that they can enter the facility? Do they need permission to enter the facility?
So through the conditions and the performance agreement, we have secured from CoreCivic their agreement to allow those proper inspections as they might be necessary. To the extent we understand that there are detention facility issues, there are detainee privacy issues that do have to be dealt with. Some of the last language that you heard Scott read is intended to preserve, even as if it could be waived anyways, the right of the police to obtain administrative search warrants and regular search warrants if necessary. There are certainly always Fourth Amendment issues that arise as to any property owner that the city must always be cognizant of. And so, necessarily demanding access immediately without any probable cause or anything like that is going to be problematic. We believe that we've structured those understandings appropriately with CoreCivic. I will not speak for Chief Kitchens, but Chief Kitchens has certainly reviewed all these and indicated that those would address, that these conditions and the performance agreement address his concerns.
If the police have probable cause, will they be granted immediate entrance into the facility?
I don't know if I can say, you're asking a hypothetical on that, but generally speaking, you would still need a warrant if you had to address things like that.
Well,
But we've got their agreement to cooperate and work with us, and we feel that that's a very good way we handle this.
Can I ask a simpler question? What is the law enforcement jurisdiction for this piece of property?
I believe it's the city of Leavenworth.
It is the city of Leavenworth.
I'd have to defer to the chief.
CoreCivic is not a law enforcement agency, correct?
CoreCivic is not.
so further, go ahead.
So if an assault is conducted inside the facility, the Leavenworth Police Department needs to respond.
That
to
is correct.
investigate,
That is my
or a
understanding.
felony or anything else.
That
The
is my
burden on
understanding.
them.
Yeah, the point I was going to make is CoreCivic is really no different than Price Chopper. They're a business that has employees. If somebody steals a candy bar from Price Chopper, the police will probably not get involved. The loss control people at Price Chopper can handle it. But if someone is stabbed at Price Chopper, for example, Price Chopper can't say, hey, you can't come in here, we're gonna handle this. So I wanna make sure the police have, the right and the authority to go in there on something higher than a misdemeanor, that they don't have to have a request, a written request.
I think if we wanted to have Chief address some of those, I think we could. He seemed very okay with what we have on this, so that question could be well posed to Court Civic as well.
And here's the chief.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
So Commissioner, I want to be clear that I've read the agreement and I'm satisfied that as a general rule, the police department, if those agreements are signed and satisfied, that the police department will be capable of investigating crimes and it will be capable of getting the information that is necessary for us to search or seize or prosecute during the normal course of an event. If, for example, there is some legal issue that we're uncomfortable with, we would do what we always do, which is consult with the county attorney's office, or we would consult with, our legal team to make sure that we are satisfying the legal requirements. But if the language in the agreement is signed and agreed to by the representative of Core Civic, I would be comfortable that we could do our job in a general sense.
So you don't think you'll be stonewalled like you were in the past?
Those were procedural problems, not legal issues. I only caught the last 3/4 of the conversation when I was watching, but they're two different things. One is access. If we're satisfied that they'll give us access when called, and we can work through that, I'd be comfortable. And I'm also satisfied that if the agreement holds true, that we'll be able to legally satisfy our requirements to arrest and prosecute any crimes.
And both the conditions of the special use permit and the agreement that we've worked with Core Civic provide protections so that in such cases, we meet those issues again. The city has relief in ways that they can either rescind the special use permit, rescind the agreement, things like that.
Okay.
I have
Thank
a
you.
quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you feel like you have enough manpower to handle this new situation? Or are you bringing on new manpower?
I do. The last time that Core Civic was open and functioning at a routine level, the Leavenworth Police Department was out there about 100 times for a variety of events that took place, mostly minor level crimes, inmate assaults against each other. I'm not diminishing it, I'm just suggesting the level of crime. So we have the ability to go out there and investigate crimes. And then if things get out of sorts, I think that we would be comfortable with the language in the agreement that we could, talk about that.
It was 100 times in what time period was that, did you say?
About 100 times a year. The last time that they were open, and I forget the specific timeline, whatever that was, 4 or 5 years ago at this point. So if I recall, yes, ma'am.
I might also add the performance agreement does provide for a payment from Core Civic of $150,000 per year to help support additional police resources as needed.
Will that also cover the administrative costs the city's taking on of administrating this?
That's a difference. The agreement provides for 3 different types of payments. One of them is a one-time impact fee of $1.5 million. The second is a $150,000 per year payment that would generally be allocated to additional police resources that are necessary. And third, there's a provision here for an additional $250,000 per year for the city's general administrative costs that would go towards having to deal with this property.
So the assumption is that's plenty of resources to hire the staff you need to track this and hold people accountable.
Correct.
Okay. And Chief, you think this covers the reporting piece as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Are these numbers based on another core facility? How were they configured?
The $1.5 million impact fee was configured partially to cover our attorney's fees thus far, and allow a little bit of extra room to provide some kind of, we haven't had that discussion with the city commission, but provide some kind of funding back to the community in some manner to provide improvements there. The $150,000 police fee and the $250,000 police fee were just what we felt were significant or sufficient enough to cover any gaps in manpower, to cover overtime and things like that we had out there. And then the $250,000 administrative fee was to help cover any sewer issues we might have or anything like that that might come up.
Is there any review process on those fees so that in the second or third or up to the fifth year that they might increase if necessary?
There's nothing that increases the cost of those fees, but they are ad infinitum as long as they.
The contract requires that they would be revisited every 5 years, and that would be at the renewal of the special use permit time anyways.
I need some clarification on the 1.5 million administrative fees you say are clearly for legal, and then possibly.
Not necessarily all.
That's where I'm going with this. And part of it will go to the city. Is this like in a fund for the city, and where
It
is
would
that?
go to the general fund, and then, so the city commission would need to make a determination on how to spend the remainder of those funds.
Okay, and you don't know a percentage yet on that?
No.
Do we want to get into the specifics of the performance agreement at this point?
If you'd like to, I mean, I can generalize those summary. A lot of the performance agreement is, a big chunk of it is recitation of the conditions as well. A big chunk of the performance agreement does cover in more detail some of the police department provisions, setting up the liaison format. It's, for example, some things on inspection rights, access, making sure officers are permitted to keep their shoes on or have their body-worn cameras on them, those types of things. So those, I know a lot of those had been discussed probably well over a year ago between Chief and Corsiv. I can't speak exactly to those conversations, but I know that they had those conversations then, probably a year or so ago, and those have been kind of carried forward now into this agreement. Then we also have the payment of the administrative fees, and that aspect of it is another significant portion of the agreement as well. The rest of it, I would generally consider to be legalese type issues, but I'm happy to talk about those.
Well, I want to get on that, actually, yeah, because I think one of our concerns from the community is making sure that things get reported that need to be reported. And as I look at paragraph 3, police department provisions, the word promptly is doing a lot of heavy lifting here. Promptly can be 30 minutes, it can be 6 days. I would prefer that this particular thing have some performance metrics. This is not a place that shuts down for the weekend, right? I would think that if someone, gets murdered or is sexually assaulted, 4 days is not an acceptable time to tell the city. At the same time, I think by leaving the word promptly in there and not having a specific requirement to report to the Leavenworth Police Department a crime has occurred, it puts you in a very difficult situation, because then if you would like to revoke it because of that, now you're going to have to go to court and argue what promptly means.
I agree.
These are ultimately going to be your recommendations to the city commission. I would say that staff, me, Core Civic have worked quite a while on these. I do not know what changes you might have. If you do have them, they would need to be made as part of, if you were to make a motion as a recommendation. I will not be able to speak to you as to whether Core Civic would agree on those or what the impacts of that might be, or what the risk of litigation and all that. And depending on what revisions you propose, I'm probably going to be hesitant to give kind of off-the-cuff legal analysis of the
I don't think
complex
that
area
we
of
would
law.
necessarily
But-
propose anything other than just city staff take a look at this and determine what good compliance measures would look like.
We feel comfortable that we have, but your point is well taken.
Mr. Chairman, a couple of
Yes, sir.
on the wastewater issue, as per the testimony of our wastewater director or superintendent, we had some problems in the past with Core Civic and probably before when it was CCA, Corrections Corporation of America. And in this provision, it says within 6 months, they will install a grinder. I don't know, my recommendation is before they accept detainees, the grinder is in place. You can call a major plumbing company, probably not in town, but whoever handles that stuff, and then get a grinder in immediately. Commissioner Waugh, who has great experience as being Director of Public Works at Fort Leavenworth, knows from the prison at Fort Leavenworth that bed sheets can tear up a grinder, or will jam up a grinder, and then you have issues downstream. And I think if they want to be good neighbors, they should have a grinder in immediately upon accepting detainees.
So, there will be an opportunity for the applicant to answer some questions for you. I think they could speak to the nature of where they are with that, provision and maybe, clarify a couple things, but we can readdress that recommendation in the future.
Next question I have, 18 months for accreditation. And I realize it's a process to get accreditation by the ACA, American, I think it's called ACA. But I'm sure there's an application process, isn't there? You have to make application. I think there should be a date in here. Within X number of days of them opening, application is made. Because we could go 17 and a half months and then all of a sudden say, well, we haven't made the application yet. The credit, they're saying it takes 18 months to get the accreditation. We need proof that they have made that application. I think they should make that immediately.
I'll offer a couple of comments on that. One, I think that question can be posed to Core Civic as to the application process or whatever it is. My understanding is it might not be an application, but I'll let them address that as well. We did talk a little bit about that very issue about proof of having filed an application. I think ultimately we felt comfortable that as long as there was that completion date, that was the important thing on it, was having that completion date. And again, that would be the type of condition that if that is not met, then at that point, the city commission could take it up for a rescission or revocation.
I think the question would be, does the facility have an operational grinder now?
Okay, I was on the next part, the ACA aspect.
Yeah, but go back.
On the grinder, I can't answer that question.
The grinder does exist on the site. I don't know if our Public Works Department has reviewed it to meet the standards or not. I can't.
You're saying they do have a grinder there?
There is a grinder there, but that grinder in the past had issues.
Didn't work, okay.
Now, as to, again, I would let Core Civic answer what kind of changes they have made to that. I'm not up to speed on that, so I don't want to speak out of turn on their behalf.
Sure.
Further to Chairman Bateman's question about access, his was specifically about police access, but in paragraph 4, says Core Civic will provide the city, its agents, and employees access to the property and the facility at reasonable times upon reasonable prior written notice. I'm with him. What is the definition of reasonable? I know the attorneys will love to argue that back and forth. Why can't we say within 2 business days? I think that's reasonable, and I think everyone understands what 2 business days is. There should be, and these are for administrative type functions, not police functions.
This is the language that we negotiated with Core Civic. We felt that was appropriate. I think you could ask Core Civic that question and see what their response is for you.
Okay. Chief and Fire Chief also, is there an SOP for major incidents that may happen that will require substantial force or a rapid response from your department? Is there an SOP in place that you're in agreement with?
There was before, and I would anticipate that there would be again, just like we would have with USP and the Lansing Correctional Facility, the jail. But that's a relationship that not only impacts the Leavenworth Police Department, but for example, the Kansas Highway Patrol and the Leavenworth County Sheriff. I mean, so that's a multi-agency agreement that is pretty commonplace with each instance and and even if we didn't have that, we would still have what we call mutual aid, which is that some significant event took place, I would be able to call upon the assistance of multiple law enforcement agencies to come help. So I'm comfortable that that piece, although as part of the situation we would talk about, we had one before, and I would anticipate having one of those again, but that is a separate document that most law enforcement agencies and corrections facilities, private and public, have, and that's relatively easy to do. But I'm comfortable that that would be handled.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I want to touch on that too, because as I look at the agreement, Police Department Divisions number 3A, well, let's go back first to what you had stated earlier. I also have serious concerns about who would have operational responsibility over the facility in the event of a serious situation such as riot, hostage situation, or escape that would endanger the citizens of Leavenworth. Despite my attempts to get clarification over this, Core Civic did not seem to have a plan for addressing this type of event, including which law enforcement agency would be in charge of responding to it. If we turn to the performance agreement at 3A, it says, within 90 days of the effective date of this agreement. I would find it completely shocking and unacceptable that they would put a single person in there without having an emergency plan, ready to rock and roll and already deconflicted.
So look,
Am I wrong by thinking that?
no, that would be an appropriate remedy. We were working and had that prior to the legal issues that paused everything and have been going on. So I've seen a draft of that we, Mr. Mallory and I had been working on when the conversations about reopening started, prior to all of the legal wranglings that have been going on. So I'm satisfied that we can solve that relatively easily. Those were my comments relative to that were the last year and a half or so of when Core Civic, before they closed, when we were having the issues. As the discussions came about reopening, that was one of the list of concerns I expressed, and we were addressing that until the legal issues paused everything.
Okay. But as far as performance, contract here, would you agree that within 90 days after the effective day of this agreement would allow some latitude to place detainees in this without the establishment of a response program?
Yes, if it says 90 days, yes, sir.
Yes, yeah, so this is a problem for me, that we could have people being detained and not have a plan, and maybe it's day 72, trouble doesn't make a date on the calendar, right? Okay, any other questions?
One more. I have an issue with granting a 5-year SUP. Having spent 13 years on the city commission, been involved in multiple SUPs, they're granted for a year at a time, and then if nothing has changed, they're automatically renewed, maybe for a $25 fee or something, or maybe that's even waived. For example, if I want to set up a daycare in my home in a residential area, I have to apply for an SUP. And all the letters go out to people that live within 300 feet, 500 feet, whatever the rules are. If you have anybody have any complaints with it, and normally I always get approved. And once they have that, if they continue in business the following year, they make another application and it's automatically renewed unless there is some other type of issue. I don't understand why we're giving an entity a special case, giving them 5 years when everyone else in this town has to get a 1-year SUP. I have an issue with that. I think the city commission should look into that. I don't think it'll necessarily, and if they're doing everything according to agreement, it's a non-issue. But I don't understand the necessity of a 5-year SUP.
Any other questions?
Yes. Back to
Yes, sir.
reporting, Chief.
Yes, sir.
On Section 3, Police Department provisions, paragraph C, you get down, Core Civic will use its best efforts to provide prompt notification and coordination services so the city and LPD can conduct prompt, thorough investigations and fair investigations. I guess my question is, should we have more detail on the reporting aspects of this? There's the difference between a minor offense and a sexual assault and murder. I would think the more serious felonies should be reported, and we should put it in writing immediately. I don't know how that complicates things from a legal standpoint, but I would ask the staff to consider that. I know if I was a police chief, I would want to know immediately if something like that occurred.
Don't want to wait 6 days for a death report.
You want to wait 1 day.
I know, but we have
Yes,
waited 6
obviously that's the
days.
smart issue with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything else? Okay.
I have one.
Yes, sir.
Just kind of not as important maybe, but,
Everything's important, Doug.
okay. Where it says only adults 18 years of age and older will be detained in this facility, and I think that's great. But my next question is there gonna be a separation between male and female in the facility?
So that, I would save that question for Core Civics,
Okay.
the applicant when they come up.
All right, thank you.
Okay. So I'm about to open the public hearing.
I think first you
Go
would
ahead.
probably want to hear from Core Civic on this and have them present their application on this
I
as well.
believe my little cheat sheet
Unless
they
you-
gave me
unless you
said
wanna
that
continue.
we would open it. We would open it and they would be the first speaker, but,
do that as well. That's fine.
okay, so I'm about
I just
to,
wanted to make sure that you were gonna have.
yes, sir,
Core Civic on this
absolutely.
first.
I appreciate it. So I'm about to open the public hearing. Our first speaker will be Core Civic. Because I live such an exciting life, I read the Overland Park versus Golden, or Golden versus Overland Park, whichever one was this morning. This is a quasi judicial proceeding, and so we're gonna lean into the judicial side of this. Meaning, if you come up here and talk, I need it to be relevant to what we're talking about. Right now, we're talking about a limited case, whether this piece of property can be granted a permit to operate as a jail or a prison. It's not about ICE, it's not about who is the Trump administration, it's not about if the moon is made out of cheese. The only thing we're talking about here is whether this piece of property should be granted a special use permit. Now, you can have opinions on the operation of it, since there is a demonstrated performance in the past. I think that would be perfectly acceptable. But we need to stay focused. Another thing, decorum. Do not yell or scream or catcall or boo or hiss or clap. Act like you were in court. None of that would be acceptable. In a prior life, I was a basketball referee, so I've had some experience throwing people out of games, and it's not something I do not want to do again. But if you feel you cannot control yourself, I would encourage you to be anywhere else in the world but this room right now, okay? So, with that, I will now open the public hearing, and our first person we can hear from is Core Civic. And when you come up, please state your name and address.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Charles Renner, outside counsel for the applicant. Address is 4801 Main Street, Suite 1000, Kansas City, Missouri. Want to appreciate you giving us the evening and full agenda tonight. I also want to say thanks to staff, particularly the city manager and Mr. Waters as well, for the work that has gone on with regards to the conditions and the performance agreement, and appreciate getting to a point where there's staff support, and we are in full agreement with both the conditions and the performance agreement terms. We did have a presentation. It's a very thorough staff report you got, so in lieu of that, what I would like to do is make us available for questions that you may have. And we can go through those. We've got representatives from Core Civic here. There were a few that were mentioned already, some with regard to timing, the grinder, interaction on an emergency response plan. And I don't know if it's appropriate, I can have folks respond to those first, or if you had particular questions, we can.
Let's do it.
Answer those. Okay.
You take the lead.
Good evening, everyone. John Malloy, Core Civic, 5501 Virginia Way, Brentwood, Tennessee. So I wrote down a few of the questions so I can tick through them if there's questions that you asked that I'm
What
not
was your last
answering.
name again, sir? I'm sorry.
Malloy.
I'm sorry, I don't hear right.
Malloy.
Malloy.
Sorry
okay.
about that. So the grinder was a question. We've installed a brand-new grinder. I'm not sure if the city has inspected the grinder, so we totally understand the issues that have occurred in the past. We don't want them to repeat themselves. You're gonna hear me say that multiple times here today. Understand that there were issues with access from the police department. Chief Kitchens and I had many conversations over the last few years about his disappointment, frustration about what had happened, and that's why we ended up coming up with an MOU, which got incorporated into this agreement. So we're open to any and all conversations so that we can get this relationship in a much better place than it is right now. So totally understand the frustration, we feel it. We're hoping that this SUP, the agreements that are in it, the provisions can help us all turn the page. So the grinder is installed, we'll make sure that we get city staff in there to inspect it, to make sure that it's meeting their specifications and that it's gonna stop the issues that had happened in the past. There was a question about access to the property. You know, I'm not a lawyer, so I can throw lawyers under the bus. The language that's in here is not my language, so I totally understand. You're questioning some of the language in there and whether or not you could drive a car through it. So I think we would be okay with a date certain in there. We're not looking to use language in this agreement to try to circumvent the intent. I think we can all understand what the intent is. What we're trying to accomplish here is to get the city in a place where they feel comfortable about the operations that are happening at the facility. And we're not gonna be successful in doing that if we're not following the intent of the language. And then that's why this agreement does have provisions in it that allows the city to terminate the SUP if we're not following those provisions. So it's a document that has a lot of teeth in it, so to speak. And, it holds our feet to the fire and, we have to live up to those things. And it's written in a way that, allows the city to ensure that we do it. So I just wanted to make that statement. Emergency plans, we have emergency plans. Now, obviously, we wouldn't take detainees into the facility if we didn't have emergency plans. So I'm not sure, frankly, where the 90 days came from. We're happy to share those emergency plans with the chief, sit down with the chief and all the other law enforcement entities in the community to come up with plans to ensure that if an unfortunate event did happen, we were all on the same page on who has what responsibility. At the end of the day, it doesn't benefit us to not do that. Why it didn't happen in the past or why there was a feeling that it didn't happen in the past, I can't say. I wasn't here. But I can tell you that there's a commitment from the company that that's not going to continue. And going forward, we intend to follow through on all the provisions that are in this agreement. Let's see, there was a question about 18 years or older and whether or not males and females would be separated. Yes, they would. They would be separated in the facility. That's what we do across all of our facilities, make sure that there is separation between men and women. I'm trying to see if there are any other questions here that. Yeah, so there's a question about ACA accreditation. It's not simply a case of us getting accreditation on day one. We have 60 facilities across the United States. The vast majority of them require accreditation as part of our contracts with our various partners, whether it's a state or a city or the federal government. And it is an 18-month process for an audit group to come in and look through the documentation at the facility, walk around to ensure that all of the protocols are in place and are being followed. So it is an 18-month process. That's why it's in this agreement and every other agreement that we have. Obviously, that requires us to do all the things necessary to live up to that agreement in order to pass ACA accreditation, which we intend to do. If we don't pass ACA accreditation, as the city manager indicated, it's a reason to pull the SUP. And we're comfortable that we can achieve it based on our experience in the past, despite people's concerns and consternation about what had happened the last 2 years of the facility when we were open. Let's see if there are any other issues in here that were asked that I haven't addressed, but I'll open it up to the members here if there are any other questions that I can help answer.
Would you be okay with modifying the performance agreement to include some of the things that we've talked about here today? Reporting timeframes for specific crimes.
Yeah, I don't know what how we go about doing that mechanically, but I don't have an issue with, I wouldn't think the company would have an issue with making sure that the intent is maybe strengthened a little bit and that we're not using legalese in a way where you get the impression that we're trying to circumvent the intent.
I don't think it's anybody's intent that you develop timelines for everything under the sun, but on the more serious offensive issues.
Yes, absolutely.
That would be laid out.
So,
Yeah.
What about the SUP? 5 years versus 1 year or something shorter than 5 years?
So Scott and I had talked about the duration of the SUP. There are multiple ways the city can terminate an SUP if we're not living up to the things that we're supposed to be doing. From an operation standpoint, and I can kind of go back to the last 2 years of the facility when it was operating, during COVID, we had lost a contract, and with that uncertainty, it was very hard to staff. And that's one of the main reasons, if not the main reason, why we had such difficulty, is because people knew the contract was going away, and then people left for other jobs. So to have an SUP deadline every year hanging over the facility, we just saw that as a detrimental to our ability to retain staff, because folks would think that the contract could go away in a year. So I think that's where that 5-year duration came in, understanding that on the other side, the city has, lots of power to pull the SUP if we're not doing what we're supposed to be doing. And that's why I think some of the language is written the way it is related to timelines. Not that the city would do it, but someone could read this and say, well, if you don't let somebody in, or something happens, it's supposed to happen in 2 days, it happens in 4 days, you can pull the SUP. So I think that's where, from our side, the lawyers, for sure, maybe get a little bit concerned about putting too much specificity in there. So I think that's why we thought 5 years made a lot of sense, especially if the city had, like I said, multiple ways to hold us accountable by pulling the SUP. That would be our position.
If your facility closes, let's say in 3 years, because there's no more need for it,
Sure.
does the city get payments for 5 years? Are these payments guaranteed for a 5-year duration?
There are provisions in the agreement that if they do not have any inmates, they do not have to provide the impact fees. But as soon as they do not have any inmates, they must notify the city so that we can start that 2-year clock again.
And the thought process with that was, excuse me, they were intended to be impact fees related to the operation. So I think both sides agreed that it didn't make sense to pay the fees if the facility wasn't operating.
Yes, sir?
So you mentioned you had 60 facilities across the nation. You obviously have a large company. Given the problems you've had in the past, could you describe or expand on what internal controls your company's going to use to make sure you meet the standards and those things don't ever happen again?
Absolutely, great question. So we learned a lot during COVID. We've learned a lot in the intervening, 2-3 years. Number one thing is salary. So we have a very competitive salary that we're offering our staff. The operation of the facility is people, right? So if you have the people and the right people, you're gonna have a good operation. So we have been very successful recruiting detention officers, medical staff for this operation. I think we have 150 or so folks already hired and on the payroll. And as Scott indicated, it's 300 people to operate the facility once fully operational. I think we have another 150 people that we've given offers to, that once we sign a contract, they're just waiting for that contract to get signed. So we have a very robust pipeline of employees. We've got a very seasoned staff that's at the facility as well. So we feel like we're in a good position to, activate this facility and operate it in the way it's supposed to. I would say too, we were talking earlier about what's the plan when we ramp the facility up, because that's really one of the most important things when you're bringing in detainees into the facility. Let's ensure that we're doing this in a safe and efficient and appropriate manner. The plan is to bring in the population and then pause. Make sure that the staff is acclimated, make sure that we are doing everything that we're supposed to be doing, and then reassess, and then continue the ramp of the facility. So at about halfway full, the plan is to take a pause and ensure that we're operating appropriately. We'll do that prior to, obviously, as well. But I think the biggest thing is staffing, ensure that we have the right staff there and that we're paying a competitive wage. And I think the pipeline of employees shows that we are.
Well, certainly improving the wage scale will help on the employment pipeline, but it's a confined facility. Things will go wrong.
Yes.
In my experience, right?
Absolutely.
So somebody has to be watching. And clearly in the past, somebody wasn't watching or didn't care.
Right.
So we would need to have assurance that your internal controls are robust enough to identify problems before they get out of control.
Absolutely.
And talk to the city and also talk to our police chief. So there's an open line of communication.
We would agree with that. That's why
without hopefully a bunch of lawyers in between the two.
That's why we think the liaison between the police department and our facility is so important. You hate to hear that there's communication issues and the chief felt like there was no one he could pick up the phone and talk to. That's why we think that position is huge. I would tell you too that the chief can call me anytime if he has an issue with communication. That's the type of relationship that we want to have. Anyone in the company, for that matter. So totally recognize that we fell down, and certainly appreciate the frustration. And we do see this as an opportunity to kind of reset the relationship, and I think this agreement goes a long way in doing that.
Thank you. Mr. Malloy, what's your position with the company?
So I'm Vice President of Federal Partnership Relations.
Okay. This question probably has nothing to do with this agreement, but I think many people would like to know the answer. What has changed over the last year that suddenly now you realize you need an SUP when you had made application a year ago and really nothing has changed, but you put us through a year of a lot of hard work and a lot of money?
Again, this is an excellent opportunity for me to say I'm not a lawyer, not an attorney.
Neither am I.
Good, so, yeah, the need of the partner, and I think the frustration probably with the legal process and understanding that we needed to come to a decision one way or the other. So, you know.
Why did you withdraw your SUP request a year ago?
That's a good question. I think,
That's why I was asking you.
a number of. Good. Hopefully I'm gonna give you a good answer.
Thank you.
I think there is a fundamental disagreement amongst the attorneys on whether or not the facility was abandoned, if we had staff there. But, we can go try to relitigate that, but I think that's mainly what it was. Just the feeling that this SUP wasn't needed because the facility has been operational for 29 years. And even though we didn't have detainees in the facility, we still had staff at the facility, we were still marketing the facility, still paying property taxes, so we didn't view it as, abandoning the facility and the facility was left in disrepair. So I think there was just some push and pull on that. But, at the end of the day, that legal process was probably taking too long for folks, and just the decision was made to go back and revisit the SUP process. When we first started with this process years ago, Scott and I, my message to him then is the same as it was now. We wanted to be, a good partner, and we came very close to where we are right now with this agreement. And we just decided to pull the application, but we're back here now.
What's the court case a week from tomorrow? What's that one about? It's about the SUP again, isn't it? There's a court case pending that February 10th.
The Court of Appeals.
That is not part of this application, Mr. Preisinger. I
Oh, that's
understand that we
nothing
have-
to do with this.
It has to do with this matter, but that is a separate appeal from Court Civic, because that is not part of this particular application. But that has to do with an appeal from the district court's entry of an injunction. So certainly it is related, but I'm not sure it is particularly germane to your consideration.
Okay.
Under the factors that you're supposed to be considering special use permits tonight.
Okay, thank you. I have no other questions.
Anything else?
Not
Thank
at
you.
this time.
I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
And if there's any other speakers from Core Civic, step on up.
Will the rest of you introduce yourselves and your positions? Core Civic people.
Good evening. I'm Misty Mackey. I'm the current warden at the facility. I've been with the company for 21 years, and myself and my leadership team, we bring over 100 years of experience in corrections, so we're anxious to start our operations, and we're very committed to transparency with the police chief and with the city, and just want to get the facility operating and be transparent and provide a safe and humane operation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stacy Stone, Vice President of Operations, Core Civic. I'm from Franklin, Tennessee.
Good evening, Marcelo Ariola, Vice President, Real Estate from Brentwood, Tennessee.
My name is Chris Chamberlain. I'm the Assistant Field Office Director for Enforcement Removal Operations here in Kansas City.
And you're not with Core Civic?
No.
Tim Aiken, I'm with Partnership Relationships, and I'm out of San Diego, California.
With Core Civic?
With Core Civic.
Okay.
Yes. Well, thank you for coming to Leavenworth. And we encourage that you visit our beautiful downtown.
I've been here a few times.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, may I have one more comment?
Yes, sir,
before,
please.
Open up public. I don't want it to be, overshadowed that one of the key conditions that we have has to do with the expected practices of the ACA on that. And that covers quite a lot of the questions you might have This is the printed version of that, and these take in effect on day one. And just flipping to the table of contents, there are provisions in there about an emergency response. There's classification and separation of inmates, how that is to be done. So a lot of the times, what you don't see necessarily specifically in the conditions that we have is because we have a lot of these expected practices and such that are in effect day one applied as well. So I didn't want that to be glossed over.
So if there was a problem, would that be a reference? That if there was how it's being deliberated, would it be going back?
This would be a requirement of the condition that they're, or to operate the facility in accordance with all of these, in addition to anything else that we have. So I just did want to point this out and make sure that these were not.
And if they were to lose ACA accreditation, would that be an event of default?
That would be cause to rescind or revoke the special use permit.
Okay, I don't think that.
But I want to point out, they have agreed that these would follow regardless of accreditation, that these would be followed, even though these are the ACA standards for accreditation, and we have the 18-month in, they have agreed that starting day one, they would follow these.
Yeah, okay.
One other question, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Have any of the core civic facilities lost ACA accreditation ever? None?
We've had one on probation, I know of, that had 90 days to get in compliance. But other than that, we've been fully.
Okay.
Just to mention how that process works,
Will
you
you
mentioned
state your name one more
Stacy
time?
Stone.
Thank you.
What happens, and the reason it takes 18 months, I mean, we can apply early, like you mentioned, but you have to have a certain amount of documentation for the auditors to come in and look at, because that's usually a year's worth. Every quarter, you have to get a certain amount of documentation. And then they come in and they compare your documentation to your actual practice. And the reason you add the other 6 months is because this coming weekend is they have 2 conferences a year. So this coming weekend is the conference for the winter conference. So any facility, say if we was to do accreditation this week, you wouldn't go before the panel until August.
I understand.
Before you have to see then you have to go before a panel, pretty much like we are right now, and answer questions about the practices.
Thank you.
Do you still have, is that your facility in Burlington, Colorado?
Where?
Burlington, Colorado?
Yes, that's Kit Carson.
Pardon?
Kit Carson.
It's Kit Carson Correctional.
It's one of the 68.
That is
Yeah.
his, yes.
Yes, sir, that facility is vacant.
Yeah, that's what I wondered. And you wouldn't use that for detainees because of transportation to fly people out or fly people in or railroads? Is that would be the reason that you wouldn't use that facility?
I didn't really understand the question.
Okay, because there's no immediate rail or airports within short distance to that facility. Is that why you don't use that facility for detainees?
No, sir. I mean, any facility we have that's vacant, if we were asked to open it for a contract, we would open it.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, we will open it for public comment. Please keep in mind what I had stated before. We will have a 3-minute timer, which I'm told will be right here, and we'll go beep, 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 and we will ask you to be done by then. And if you're not done by then, we will ask more strenuously for you to be done. And then we will be even more strenuous after that. Then I'll get whacked, okay? All right, so I think we can probably go a few. Do you need a break?
Well, no, it's just.
Okay, no, yeah, we can go for probably half an hour. I believe there is a list of people to speak, so call them out.
All right, we do have a list. I'll be calling your number along with your name to the best of my ability. Please be prepared knowing what number you have coming up next. First, we have number 1, Alicia V.
Thank you. Thank you for listening to us. All right, I really respect that. You all are my neighbors. I really had a hard time listening to people be talked about like cattle, but I'm gonna try to keep myself calm. I walked from my home in Lansing to the Richard Allen Cultural Center in Leavenworth today. I had one goal in mind, and that was to remember why I love this community, to figure out why I am still here. I passed the church I was baptized in, a school I attended as a child, and a college where I worked serving nuns and priests in the cafeteria. I was always thankful for the juice I served at breakfast because it helped to rehydrate me after a long Saturday night with friends spent at the river bottoms or a neighbor's field drinking Pepsi and laughing. I passed restaurants like Pizza Hut and Dairy Queen and Taco John's, places we would gather to celebrate athletic and scholarly accomplishments, bowling alleys, parks, and churches where we gathered to play and praise God together. I passed struggling family businesses and remembered others that have closed. These families knew the names of every member of our families and supported us through our good and our hard times. I passed construction companies and real estate firms that built our communities. I passed monuments to the talented people, hardworking citizens that make us proud of who we are and where we're from. I passed the cemetery and the fallen soldier battle crosses dedicated to the men and women that have paid the ultimate price for the freedoms many take granted. I walked down streets we've used for parades and festivals, honoring our heritage and our values. I've passed government buildings which have the responsibility to protect and honor our citizens. I remember along the way our history as I stopped at the Cultural Center, which memorializes the brave people before us that dedicated themselves to faith and civil liberties, or gave their lives for the future of our families. Let's pretend for a moment that Core Civic has respect for any of our values and can be trusted to be a responsible community partner. For example, they aren't funded with millions of dollars monthly for every facility they operate, that our county needs jobs at any cost, when in actuality our unemployment rate is 4% or less, that they don't have a track record of abuse and repulsive living conditions. Let's see, where am I? That they believe they should be.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Can I finish? It's just another.
No, sorry, we gotta keep rolling. Got
That
3
they
minutes.
believe they should be accountable for the indignity that they serve of citizens and non-citizens alike. Remember in 2021, that the Department of
Ma'am,
Homeland Security
ma'am.
itself had failed one of their
Can we get the
facilities.
chief
And in
over
2022,
here
the federal
to
government
help
tried
her,
to shut down a contract for one of their facilities. Let's imagine a stand to thousands of hungry visitors from all over the
Thank you,
world
sir.
coming to Leavenworth to visit an American community that stood up against. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much,
My
ma'am.
things.
Absolutely.
No, I'm gonna leave, otherwise I'll get in trouble.
Speaker number 2 is a scratch, so we will move on to speaker number 3, Richard Pfeiffer.
Good evening, board members. I've been in your seats. I've been a council member. I've been a BZA member. I was a chairman for almost 10 years. I understand what you're going through. So I appreciate it when you said, please stick to the facts, stick to what we're here for.
Yes, sir.
I would like to talk to you about the operational aspect. I'm the assistant warden currently at Leavenworth. We have 2 assistant wardens. And right now, it's a blessing that we haven't been open because we're sending employees to other facilities to train on how to do it right and perfect it. So that opportunity has made our employees better. It's changed the culture for not only our facility, but for the other ones. So I've been blessed to go to these facilities, help set them up, and then come back. I do believe this facility, when it is finished, will be state-of-the-art. It is state-of-the-art. And I am telling you right now, Core Civic has a great product for these detention centers, and I'm proud to be a member of that team. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Speaker number 4, Tony Rollison.
My name is Tony Rollison, and I'm a case manager at Core Civic. I moved to Leavenworth in July of 2025 to build a life here with my boyfriend, a retired Army veteran who has called this community home for many years. Like many others, I have quickly come to appreciate Leavenworth's welcoming spirit and its ongoing efforts to foster economic growth and attract new residents and for new residents and families. I speak today in strong support of the special use permit for Core Civic. Since relocating here, I have followed local discussions about economic development and the importance of creating opportunities that encourage people to live, work, and invest in our city. Core Civic employees, including many of my colleagues, have chosen Leavenworth not only as a workplace, but as a place to put down roots. They, along with their families, contribute directly to the local economy by shopping at our businesses, supporting our schools, and participating in community life. I bring over 8 years of experience in corrections beginning in 2017, along with prior service in law enforcement with the tribal department. I hold a dual degree in criminal justice with an emphasis in corrections and law enforcement, a bachelor's in criminal psychology, and in pursuing a master's in corrections management. Corrections is my passion, and I have dedicated myself to serving in this field with professionalism and care. At Core Civic, we receive comprehensive training that equips us to handle our responsibilities effectively and humanely. This includes classroom instruction and reality-based scenarios covering critical incident response, de-escalation techniques, cultural awareness, and more. Many of us, including myself, have gained valuable hands-on experience at other Core Civic facilities. Most recently, I worked at a facility in West Tennessee where I directly assisted with detainee needs and deepened my understanding of immigration processes, asylum law, the UN Convention Against Torture, and relevant policies. This preparation ensures we are ready to operate Core Civic safely and professionally from day one. Our leadership provides strong guidance, resources, and support, fostering an environment committed to excellence. We are dedicated to the safety and security of staff, detainees, and the broader community. I understand there are concerns about the facility's history and the nature of correction work. Challenges such as staffing fluctuations, long hours during peak periods, or isolated incidents are realities in many facilities across the field and are not unique to Core Civic, and were amplified during the COVID-19 pandemic. However, our team is different. Many staff members are new, while others who previously worked here have returned because they believe in our mission and see positive changes underway. Beyond our basic duties, we participate in community involvement, such as the Salvation Army Food Bank, and supported packages for Patriots, contributed to the United Way. The work ahead of us will not be easy, but we are dedicated to fulfilling our model, which is better the public good. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
5, Terry Magley.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Dr. Terry Megley, and I serve as the Learning and Development Manager for Core Civic. I have completed nearly 5 months on the job. Although this is my first role in working directly with corrections, I bring with me 25 years of experience working with individuals who have been released from probation and parole. One of the first things that stood out to me at Core Civic is the depth and the seriousness of training. In my previous work, training requirements were far less robust. Here, every new hire completes 5.5 weeks, more than 200 hours of training that meets or exceeds ACA standards. That commitment doesn't stop there. Every year, certain staff, all staff, completes an additional 40 hours of job-specific training to demonstrate continued competency across areas ranging from safety and security to inmate rights. In my academic experience as a professor, I have worked with many master's and even doctoral level students who have not received the training as comprehensive as what Core Civic provides in its entry-level detention officers. Standout courses include the Red Cross CPR certification, infection control, combating preventable deaths, and verbal de-escalation skills. What truly surprised me, however, is the reality-based training unique to the Leavenworth facility. This program immerses officers in realistic, scenario-driven training that safely integrates everything they've learned. It prepares them not only just to know the rules, but to apply them under pressure with professionalism and good judgment. Of course, training alone is not enough. What gives us training real meaning is the positive, supportive culture that's modeled by the CoreCivic leadership. They take time to listen. They maintain an open door policy and intentionally build unity, especially during the holidays. When leadership truly cares about staff, the staff care about the people in their custody. This moment isn't about reopening a building. It's honoring Leavenworth's legacy as a place where people begin again, not by lowering the standards, but by raising them up. By granting the special use permit, the city does not lose control. It gains influence. Together, we can ensure that everyone who passes through this facility, staff and detainee alike, is treated with professionalism, respect, and dignity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
6, John Witt.
John Watt. Esteemed Commissioners, thank you for your time. As a child growing up in Wamego, Kansas, I visited the Topeka State Capitol and was mesmerized by the John Stuart Curie mural of John Brown. My father, a local attorney and county councilor for the Pottawatomie County, taught me from a young age that you do the right thing even when it's hard. A copy of that mural hangs in my living room as a daily reminder for me. What would John Brown do? The United States government has mass jackboot thugs roaming the streets, rounding up people and disappearing them with no due process. We have now watched them summarily.
Sir, are you going to make any comments?
I'm sorry?
Are you going to make any comments that are related to the special use permit?
Yes.
Can you move on to that?
I have a bullet in my neck and one in my back. Witnessing that was deeply personal to me.
Let him speak.
Thank you. In broad daylight for exercising their rights and helping their neighbor up, as the thugs had pushed a woman to the ground. Watching a mother be executed in her vehicle affects me in a way no one, save those who have hunks of metal inside of them, will understand. The party of small, limited government and Second Amendment rights is now chirping the administration's narrative that you do not carry guns in a protest, when the ability to do so is written into the very fiber of our Constitution itself. The administration has asked you to ignore your eyes and ears. 8 people have died in 2026.
Sir, I would encourage you to stay on the limited scope that we have for this hearing.
Okay.
Whether or not we are to approve a special use permit to operate a jail or a prison at this property.
Apologies,
that is what
I
we're
had
going to
rewritten
do
a
here.
statement. I'll
Okay.
get through it as best I can.
I don't think anybody on this is interested in hearing about whether or not you think it should be legal. It doesn't really matter to us whether it should be legal. We have to input the law or your commentary on administrations or bootjack stuff. You can.
This is free speech.
Please have him
I've taught
removed.
speech for 34 years, and I
Thank you, sir, for your.
come here and watch you
Thank you,
shut
sir.
people down for free speech. You work for us.
Officer Stevenson.
Please escort this gentleman out of
You're going to take me out,
room.
Mr. Stevenson? You're going to have a former student take me out. That's really cool. Free speech is free speech.
Ken, just let him.
Continue,
Let me
please.
know when I should continue.
Continue.
The reason that is relevant is 8 people have died this year alone under ICE's custody. And they intend to pack them in your backyard like sardines. That is why it is relevant. Every single one of those people that is packed into that facility will be affected, and their due process has been removed. They have no control, and they will be put into your backyard. That is why this is important. So when the long arc of justice bends back the other way, will you have an Auschwitz in your backyard? I have more to say that I've written. I'm completely off because I've been interrupted. But Kansas has already bled for this over 150 years ago. The fiery eyes of the ghost of John Brown rest squarely on the commissioners in this room. Will the commissioners here be jayhawkers, or will they be border ruffians? We've already had the blood of the innocent spilled in this nation by a rogue administration that has been held unaccountable. This will be in your backyard.
Thank you very much, sir.
7, Rebecca Rogers.
Hello and good evening. My name is Rebecca Rogers, and I began my career with Core Civic in September 2008. And like many of you, I was initially hesitant about having a correctional institution as part of my everyday life. But then I reminded myself that that's what Leavenworth is known for. Over the next 14 years, I worked alongside some truly amazing people. I got to know them and their families, became part of their families, and they also became part of mine. Building friendships, families, and lifelong connections is what makes working for Core Civic feel right. I did eventually take a 3-year break from corrections and truly believed I wouldn't return. And I was okay with that for me and my family. I had a great job, a great boss, great working relationship with my coworkers, but still something didn't feel right. It was missing. After talking with my husband and my son about the possibility of returning, they both fully supported me in my choice. This is after my son told me, "Mom, I'm tired of you going to a jail, and I'm not sure if you're going to come home." He grew over 3 years, and he learned what it did for our family. It learned a tremendous amount. The job pays well. It also provides health insurance for my family, for my son, my husband, and myself. It allows me the opportunity to take time off to spend with them. It gives me sick leave when needed to take care of my child. My return to Core Civic was a great surprise to some, but for me, it was a continued adventure. When I returned, my past experiences was taken into consideration. My 14 years that I gave the company did not go unforgotten. I was offered the opportunity to be put into a leadership role to assist with the mentoring of our new staff coming in. Not only have I learned things from our new staff that I didn't think I could learn, they've also learned a lot from me. When I returned, I wasn't just working with a bunch of new people. I was working with staff that I had worked with prior. We all came together as a family again and have proceeded to teach and train and assist the new staff with what it is to be in corrections and to work for a company like Core Civic. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
8, Jonathan Puckett.
My name is Jonathan Puckett. Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council, and fellow members of the Leavenworth community. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight about the permit request for Midwest Regional Reception Center and what it means to me and my family in this community. I've been married to my wife for 10 years now, raising our 6-year-old son. And although we do live in Kansas City, Missouri, I made a conscious decision to work here in Leavenworth because I feel connected to this city. This isn't just a city that I work in, it's a community that I'm proud to serve in. The relationships I've built here and the work we do truly matter to me. This job has been life-changing for my family. It gave us financial stability and allowed us to build a more secure future for our son. Before this role, to make ends meet, I had to take a job that kept me out of town all the time, where I never saw my family. Now I earn what my family needs, and I still get to see them every night. During a difficult family crisis, my wife and I took in our nephew for about 6 months while addressing his serious mental health issues and behavioral challenges. That situation caused a real disruption at work, but the leadership team, from the sergeants all the way up to the warden, went far beyond simply checking in. They provided genuine support, resources through our employee assistance program, schedule flexibility when I needed it most. That compassion has earned my deep respect and trust, and it's a big reason I continue working for Core Civic. Through this role, I've also had the chance to give back to the Leavenworth in meaningful ways. I participated in an auction this Christmas where we raised over $1,200 for local children. A program especially dear to me because as a child, I benefited it from myself several years. I volunteered at the Salvation Army Food Pantry, which truly warmed my heart. Our family has been on the receiving end of this support many, many times. And so it meant a lot to finally get to be on the other side of the table helping those in need. Every third Thursday of the month, we visit the Leavenworth National Cemetery to honor the heroes who have passed on and do not have family there for them. We support veterans organizations like the VFW and the American Legion. We participate in wreaths across America, not because we're required to, but because we care, and we want to honor their sacrifice. Inside the facility, we've built a strong and supportive team culture where coworkers truly look out for one another. That camaraderie directly strengthens safety, professionalism, and accountability. I've also assisted in activation at another core civic facility, gaining hands-on experience and learning best practices that I'm eager to bring back here to ensure individuals in our custody receive the best possible care. Granting this permit isn't just about building an operation, or a building or an operation. It's about people. It's about families like mine who depend on this work to build a stable and honest future. It's about a dedicated professional who shows up every day, committed to safety, accountability, and treating others with dignity. When I think about why this matters so much, I think about my son. I want him to grow up knowing his father chose work that mattered in a community that mattered. I want him to see what it looks like to serve others, to stand by your coworkers and invest in a place even when it's not easiest or the closest option. Midwest has given me the opportunity to do meaningful work and give back. Thank you for your time and consideration and allowing me to share my story.
Thank you. Before you sit down, could you please state your name and address? I've been somewhat negligent in making people do that. Go ahead, yes, sir.
Jonathan Puckett, 2017 Northeast 49th, Kansas City, Missouri.
Thank you very much, sir.
9, Donald Hudson.
And if you could please state your name and address, sir.
Donald Hudson, 1330 Sycamore, Platte City, Missouri.
Thank you very much, sir.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Donald Hudson. I currently serve as an assistant warden at the Midwest Regional Reception Center. After a 33-year career in federal corrections, 11 of those as a warden, I was initially hesitant to apply to Core Civic due to the challenges I had heard about in previous years. However, I approached this opportunity with open eyes and an open mind, and I've been nothing short of impressed. The organizational structure, the policies, security procedures, and training curriculum are thorough, detailed, and intentional. Everything I've observed reflects a strong commitment to providing quality care and housing for those entrusted to us. The training provided to our staff rivals that of many other correctional systems I've encountered. Reality-based training is particularly exceptional, offering new and inexperienced staff a safe environment to learn and practice skills before transitioning to on-the-job training. Additionally, the availability of specialty training and career development opportunities ensures continuous growth for our team. Our team of staff represents a wide range of backgrounds and life experiences, all of which enhances our ability to communicate, operate, and resolve challenges effectively. Many have relocated from other parts of the country for the opportunity that this facility provides, and their commitment is evident. They have formed a cohesive team, volunteering to assist at many other facilities while gaining invaluable experience along the way. In the short time we've been preparing to open, our staff have actively participated in fundraising efforts for the local community, donating hundreds of pounds of food and thousands of dollars in toys and clothing to organizations such as the Salvation Army, veterans, and actively deployed military members. These efforts were entirely voluntary and speak volumes about the character of our team. I'm proud to be part of this organization and excited about the positive impact we will continue to make both within the facility and in the surrounding community. Thank you for your time and support.
10, Michael Sendejas.
Kim, after this, I think we should probably take about a 10-minute break for comfort break. Yes,
Thank
sir.
you,
Name and address, please.
I'm sorry. Mike Sendejas, 2412 South 15th Street, Leavenworth. I just wanted to thank everybody for the opportunity to speak today. I appreciate it. This is a version of an email that I sent to some city leaders and did get some response, and I appreciate that as well. I'm writing to express my support for the opening of CoreCivic's Midwest Regional Reception Center in Leavenworth. I have been employed with CoreCivic for almost 6 months. My family and I relocated to Leavenworth in June of last year. And while a career as a detention officer was not originally part of my plan, the opportunity for a reasonable wage attracted me, and being local here in town was really appealing to me. I completed an extensive 5-week training program during which I gained valuable knowledge, most importantly, how to properly care for detainees entrusted to our facility. The emphasis on humane and professional treatment is something I value deeply. While I cannot speak to past operations of the company, I do recognize that COVID-19 had a significant impact on staffing and attendance across many industries nationwide. Despite these challenges, my experience working for CoreCivic and alongside my coworkers has been extremely positive. I have been sent on TDY, temporary duty assignments, in other states, 3 to name a few: Tennessee, New Mexico, and Oklahoma, while waiting for our place to hopefully open up. The continued delays have been discouraging for my family and I. My wife and children work and attend school and church and participate in sports here in town. We are committed to this community and believe strongly in contributing to its growth and stability. If CoreCivic is not permitted to open, it will have a significant and negative impact on my family. Additionally, my brother-in-law has applied for a position as well, but his employment remains on hold pending a full opening. Allowing CoreCivic to become fully operational would provide substantial economic benefits to Leavenworth, including stable employment opportunities and increased local investment. New revenue sources at a time when our schools and other local services need them. Thank you for taking the time to consider my perspective and this letter in support of the opening of CoreCivic. I encourage and request of you to give this company and myself an opportunity to prove our value and good moral ethics. That's all that I know. I was raised my entire life to treat everyone as human beings. Finally, to emphasize, I'm hoping to take good care of any and all detainees with respect and dignity, and ultimately provide for my family with this great opportunity here in Leavenworth. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're going to take a,
David, do we need a motion for that?
we need a motion for,
Generally, if you just want to just call for a short recess.
yeah, we'll have a short recess for
Announce how long.
10 minutes, and we shall return at 7:57 PM. What's that? Stretched. It's going to be a long line.
are resuming the meeting.
Is that microphone on?
Yeah, it cost me like $40.
Where's Melissa?
I'm not really into cars anymore.
Yeah, I think it's a phase.
Yeah.
Find your seats, please.
All right, thank you. We are coming back from our recess. It is 7:57 PM. Where we last left off was speakers from the public. If you could continue, Ms. Portillo.
Speaker number 11, Mike Trapp.
Mike, you can wait a second for things to quiet down.
Okay, thanks.
And if you can start with your name and address, please, sir.
Of course. My name is Mike Trapp. I live at 707 South Broadway, Leavenworth, Kansas. Appreciate the commissioners for here for this long-awaited public hearing. It's hard to take things out of the national context, and in some ways it does apply to our land use decision. Core Civic has a history here in Leavenworth, and it also has a national footprint, and we can look and we can best gauge future behavior based on the past. The COVID is coming up a couple of times tonight. I've seen that tends to gloss over the continuous and ongoing staffing problems at this facility. I would point you to the 2017 Inspectors General Report, which highlighted ongoing and significant staffing problems going back, and also the fraudulent use of triple bunking, which is hugely disturbing, and that management was aware of this, and that there was nothing in the Inspector General Report about management being changed. So we heard a lot from a lot of Core Civic employees about their culture, but we've heard a lot of testimony from former employees, ex-employees, and this continues. This is not historic, but it continues on. You can look at any facility that they operate. I point you to Torrance, New Mexico. I emailed staff with a link to a whistleblower's report that talked about fraudulent paperwork and chronic and dangerous understaffing. In a lawsuit in the state of Tennessee, there was discovery, and it revealed that Core Civic has a 140% turnover rate nationally. You cannot train for excellence with a 140% turnover rate. I see my time's rapidly expiring. Because we have an actor who has acted malignly and continues to do so, then the city needs to take proper safeguards. The city has the ability to pursue ending but that puts the ball in the city's court. What you should do as commissioners is remand this back to staff for further negotiations. You should ask for a performance bond, a large one, to govern good conduct. If they have to put up, say, $3 million in a performance bond that's in escrow, then the animus is not on the city to have to do something proactively that's going to take court costs and money, and Leavenworth notoriously does not have a budget line for lawsuit money. So it's important that we hold them accountable, and a performance bond is the only way to do so. Commissioners asked some very good questions about some big holes in the gaping language, and my time is escaping, so I'm not going to reiterate those. So you should remand staff to renegotiate this. You should table this for 30 days. If you cannot do that, then you should vote this down because it's not in the city's best interest, and it fails under golden factor number 6. On time, under budget.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Speaker number 12, Jean Ann Panisco.
Ma'am, and if you could state your name and address,
Yes.
please.
My name is Sister Jean Ann Panisco. I'm a Sister of Charity of Leavenworth. I reside at 600 Pebble Beach in Lansing. I work at the Sisters of Charity in Leavenworth. I'm very happy that you're hearing us today. I am speaking today in opposition to the reopening of the shuttered core facility. Zoning decisions exist to protect public health, safety, and welfare of a community. And reopening this facility means ignoring multiple foundational zoning factors. First, public welfare and fiscal responsibilities. Sorry, I have hoarse voice. Core Civic has historically opposed a drain on the city tax dollars. Emergency responses, infrastructure, and public safety demands fall on the city of Leavenworth, while the economic benefit is limited and unstable. This is a financial liability for a small city managing constrained resources. Second, as we've already talked about, is the strain on the grinder pump system, a system never designed to handle the volume and the risk associated with this large detention center. And then public safety and cooperation. Local police and emergency services have repeatedly experienced a lack of cooperation from this facility in the past. Zoning presumes good faith coordination with municipal services. When that assumption fails, the burden shifts to the community, which is unfairly and unsustainable. Fourth, the neighborhood compatibility and community character. This facility is incompatible with the long-term vision for Leavenworth's development, quality of life, and civic trust. Its reopening undermines the potential for future businesses to join us here. Core Civic's activities and the past atrocities here, but right now present in their other places of the cruel conditions in California ICE Detention Center, the remote facility in the Mojave Desert, and in downtown Bakersfield, demonstrate that human dignity and care is not their core value, but profit. As Sisters of Charity, we believe that all decisions, especially those that impact people, should uphold human dignity, stewardship of resources, and the common good. Prudence and justice requires us to ask, can this reopen, but should it? And so for these reasons, I urge you to deny approval for reopening this facility. And I thank you for this consideration.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Ms. Bertiem,
13, Terry Nichols.
Ma'am, and if you could state your name and address, please.
Yes, my name is Terry Nichols. My address is 101 East 28th Terrace, Kansas City. Thank you for letting me testify. I believe my testimony is pertinent to the use permit. I'm a mother, a grandmother, and a great-grandmother. I'm also a retired senior immigration officer and congressional liaison. I grew up saying the Pledge of Allegiance every day in school and at every sports and community event. It's an oath, a promise. I heard all your logistics, the T's crossed and the I's dotted. You know that's not what's going to happen here. Everyone here knows what's really going on here. What you are doing is un-American. It goes against every value and promise I made every time I took that oath. If any of you would like to join me, I'd like you to take a moment to repeat that oath. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. For liberty and justice for all. Are you ready to bear the consequences of allowing this to pass? You know what really is happening. For God's sakes, just Google Core Civic and immigration. Thank you.
Please refrain from applause so that the next speaker can hear their numbers. 14, Cody, I can't read the last name.
Sir, if you can start with your name and address, please. Thank you.
Yeah. So my name's Cody Dustmer. I'm from Overland Park. I'll try to keep this short and stay in my lane. I just want to walk through the deal that these folks have laid out on the table for you. Detaining one person costs taxpayers $152 to $165 per day. Monitoring that same person with GPS and check-ins costs less than $8 a day. Both achieve over 95% compliance court appearances. So the difference isn't public safety. The difference is in who gets paid. Core Civic is a publicly traded corporation headquartered in Nashville. Their stock price goes up when detention expands. That's their business model. You already know how they ran this facility, you know why it closed, and you know who got hurt. What you might not know is that this is the same pattern that has played out everywhere they operate. Tennessee fined them $29 million for understaffing. The FBI is investigating drug smuggling at their New Mexico facility. The Department of Justice opened a civil rights investigation into one of their Tennessee prisons just last year. This is an Leavenworth issue. Make no mistake, this is what they do. Profits go to Nashville, the problems stay here, and they're betting you forgot or that you don't care. I'm not here to ask you to care about the people who'd be held in that facility. That's your business. But I am asking you to think about what you're signing off on as a Kansas community more broadly. Our country was founded on a pretty clear ideal. Governments don't grant rights. Governments exist to secure rights that every person already has. That's the Declaration. That's the whole damn point. So when we start agreeing that the government gets to decide who has rights and who doesn't, that's not just about them. That's a question about what your rights actually are. Either they come from something higher than the state, or they're just permissions, and permissions get revoked. The power you cheer on when it's aimed at your neighbor's door doesn't forget your address. So that's the deal. A corporation with a track record with this track record wants back in, the profits leave, the problems don't, and we all get a little bit more comfortable with the idea that rights are negotiable. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
15, William Rogers.
William Rogers, 73rd and Leavenworth Road. I want to thank the board for allowing me to speak tonight. I'm not sure, I never do know what I'm going to say till I get up here. So tonight I didn't know if I was going to talk about, I heard people talk about the blaming things on COVID. Well, then I'd revert back to the 2017 audit when the problems, they go way back. We can talk about, I thought about talking about the triple bunking when they hid that from auditors, or I thought about talking about the recorded calls between inmates and inmates and their lawyers. I thought about talking about the investigation where the state said that the young lady had no choice but to leave work due to the dangerous conditions. I thought about talking about the local contractors where they told the city what a great job they was going to do on hiring local, or imitation. I thought about talking about the intimidation for me for speaking out. I'm a former CoreCivic employee. I too was stabbed in there. I too had my head split open. Not only did I have my head split open and 14 staples, I was required to finish my shift. I thought about talking about Scott Wilson and what policies failed that day when he died. He was murdered inside that facility. I thought about talking about Dylan Reed. Dylan Reed, a 29-year-old young man that died on Thanksgiving Day. I did CPR on him. It was horrific. I still see that young man today. I thought about talking about the inmate that hung in the shower for an hour and 10 minutes and staff walked by him 10 to 12 times. That's from a record of a police report. Let me tell you, I don't talk on something that I think. I talk about facts that I pulled. I pulled all the records. I talked to you about their taxes. I've talked to people across the country. I've read a lot of audits. This agreement does not provide oversight. You want to know about oversight? I'm going to leave my card here. Sit down with me and we'll talk about oversight, because lacking oversight is the #1 problem across the nation with these facilities. If you can do better, CoreCivic, why haven't you done better in Tennessee and trial?
Mr. Rogers, please do not address the applicant.
If you can do better, why aren't you doing better in California? Why didn't you do better on the agreement you settled with the forced labor? Why are they not doing better there? Why just here? All of a sudden now they're going to do better, but they can't do better there? Or do you want to know about the inmate that died? On this day, he told me he was informed about an inmate death at CCA. That was on the 28th that they notified him. The inmate died on the 22nd. That's in the police report. Why'd they wait? But really what I want to talk about is Marcia Levering. I hear him talk about all the good things they're doing, all the charities, all the great work. Marcia Levering, a true American hero, served in the military for 7 years, served in Iraq, stabbed and beat.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rogers.
16 surgeries to date. Why aren't you doing something for Marcia
Thank you.
Levering for us?
Thank you very much.
16, Dylan Strick.
Dylan Strick, 721 North 8th Street. This is new to me. I've never once ever thought about ever having to speak at a public forum or anything. This is, I feel like this is a given, right? With a company with this track record, as so many people have claimed before me, they have shown that they are incompetent and unable to actually uphold what they've stated. It takes 2 seconds of looking into the company to see what they are. And what they are is a corporation that cares about the bottom dollar. They don't care about the quality of life of the inmates. They do not care about the quality of life of the people working under them. I find it very crazy that there were a lot of core civic people in the audience taking away voices from Leavenworth residents, speaking for the business. That's really all I have to say. I mean, this should be a no-brainer. This is going to do nothing but hurt the community, and not just our community, but everyone around us. Thank you.
17, John Shively.
Good evening, everyone.
Name and address, please.
My name is
name and address, please.
My name is John Shively, 307 North 16th Street. I'm a resident of Leavenworth. I'm also the Executive Director of Mission for the Sisters of Charity of Leavenworth, and I'm also a former Planning and Zoning Commissioner in another community. So I've sat where you're sitting, and I understand the responsibility that comes with these decisions, but I'm here to ask that you recommend denial of the special use permit and to respectfully explain why I think the staff recommendations are just plain wrong. When you look at the golden factors, looking at the impact that Core Civic has historically had on infrastructure and public systems, I realize that this is all documented in the conditions, but what is also documented is the fact that they have been poor partners. They have not maintained their systems. They have city staff has repeatedly had to manually flush pumps, dismantle equipment, and devote more than 125 hours of overtime to fix blockages caused by debris and improper disposal. It also shows repeated strain on other emergency services. I realize that Core Civic is saying today that they're going to pay us some nominal fee for all of these things, but I think the real question is whether those fees and that money will pay the residents of Leavenworth back, and even if it does, whether it's good for Leavenworth and the citizens to have to accommodate that level of response for a private company. Second, there's public welfare and hidden costs. Staff finds that this use promotes economic development, but economic benefit is not just jobs, it's benefits minus costs. And we have repeatedly, as citizens, had to absorb costs in wastewater repairs, police time monitoring, and enforcement, and we will again have to monitor this new agreement. I just want to zoom out for a second and ask the commission, if a daycare came with a special use permit and we had to affix 16 conditions on it, would we even consider that person a reasonable applicant to have a business in this community, or would we just say this is ridiculous? I also think I just want to conclude finally by talking a little bit about future promises and your role. I don't think we can trust Core Civic at its word. We know that you all have expressed those same concerns. So what's going to happen if we do revoke the SUP at some point is that we're going to get sued again. And I don't have any confidence that this company is acting in good faith, and neither should you, and neither should anyone in this city. Finally, you're not required to adopt the staff's recommendations, and quite frankly, I'm sure they're all very professional and good folks, but based on what they've said tonight, it sounds like they work more for Core Civic than the city of Leavenworth. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
18, Ron Kay. Number 18, Ron Kay.
Going once, going twice.
19, Connie Forge.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My last name is Forgy.
And your address, please, ma'am?
Based on the scale...
Ma'am, can you give your address, please?
16259 Fort Riley Road, Leavenworth.
Thank you, ma'am.
Based on the scale, the security nature, and the operational impacts of this facility, I do not believe those standards can be met at this location, and I respectfully ask the commission to deny this special use permit and require a land use that aligns with neighborhood character, long-term economic health, and the city's development goals. I suggest a referendum ballot for the community. Thank you for the opportunity this evening.
Thank you, ma'am.
20, Jeff Gardner.
Scott, can you not start their time until they give their address?
Sure. Yeah.
Please. Name and address, please, sir.
Jeff Gardner, 901 Potawatomi, Leavenworth. Contrary to Mr. Peterson's report that the applicant meets all requirements, the record shows otherwise. CoreCivic has a documented history of non-compliance with codes, regulations, and cooperative expectations with the local authorities. The company also resisted the city's process before even submitting this special use permit. Unlike many special use permit cases where the applicant is new, this city has prior experience. And they know that there are problems. That history matters. A special use permit depends on confidence that the applicant will follow laws and permit conditions. Past behavior is a strong indicator of future performance. Based on this pattern of noncompliance, both actions taken and failures to act, I do not believe that the required findings related to public welfare, safety, and community compatibility can reasonably be made. I also want to address the chief of police, I believe it was the chief of police, statement that officers responded to this facility more than 100 times during this meeting. That level of law enforcement involvement is a clear evidence of significant public safety and service impact. A special use permit requires a finding that the use will not harm public welfare, which includes the people under detention, or create substantial impacts on the community. A history of that many police responses goes beyond normal operational activity. You guys are welcome to look at me.
Please do not address the applicant.
The applicant, thank you.
I understand the commission's concern about how CoreCivic will comply with the special use permit requirements. But that question has already been tested and answered in real life. The applicant has previously operated here and has shown a pattern of consistently breaking laws, not following regulations, and operational expectations. That history is directly relevant to whether the city can reasonably rely on permit conditions to protect the community. A special use permit only works if the operator follows the rules. CoreCivic consistently does not do that. Conditions written on a piece of paper do not solve the problem. The issue is not how carefully the conditions are written. It is whether CoreCivic has demonstrated the ability and willingness to follow them. They have not, many times over. For these reasons, I respectfully request that the Planning Commission not recommend special use permit. In furtherance, there was a gentleman up here talking about a performance bond. I really like that idea. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you very much, sir.
21 is a scratch. We're on to 22, Ken Church.
He was removed.
Oh, he was? 23, Michelle Greger Mendiola.
Hi, I'm Michelle Greger Mendiola. I live at 516 Osage Street in Leavenworth, Kansas.
Thank you, ma'am.
I am a business owner here, and I've founded not one but two businesses here that are established. Thank you for taking these comments. It's really important for us to have the opportunity. I had a speech prepared that went on about concentration camps, but instead, during this procedure, there have been some questions that I would like you to consider. First of all, this application is being made for a prison or a correctional facility. I am under the understanding that this is to be a detention facility Will there be a second permit that will be needed to use it as a detention facility as opposed to a prison or correctional facility? 2, what will be the longest stay of these residents? I call them residents because we don't know if they're going to be prison, if it's a prison or correctional or detention. So I call them residents. How long will those residents be staying at this facility? And how will that be monitored? And once those residents are at this facility, where will they receive their judicial process? How will they be shipped there? Who will it cost? And finally, we heard at the beginning that CoreCivic is not that it's not ICE. However, the European concentration camps in the 1930s and 40s, they weren't necessarily SS facilities. They were government facilities that were run by the SS. And so my question is, how much influence will ICE have in our community, in this facility, whether it be a detention facility, a corrections facility, or a prison? Thank you very much. I yield my time.
Thank you, ma'am.
24, Daniel McIntosh.
Your name and address, please, sir.
My name is Daniel McIntosh. I reside at 1013 South 21st Leavenworth.
Thank you.
South 21st Terrace, Leavenworth.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, and thank you for your time. It is my belief that the application of Golden Factor 7 presented earlier by the staff is grossly incorrect. The hardship in denying the permit on the landowner pales in comparison to the public harm. CoreCivic's potential financial contributions to our city have been clearly laid out, as well as their costs. Let's assume that these impact payments cover some or even most of the considerable losses from the past. Those are just the costs that we know from CoreCivic's past. There are several costs in the here and now of 2026 that have not been considered, largely due to this being an ICE detention center instead of a traditional prison. And don't pretend that that isn't relevant. This permit will increase ICE presence in our city, and that is a fact that is directly related to this permit. When police are called to protest, and you can guarantee that there will be regular protests, look at our attendance tonight, we're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars in personnel fees and equipment. We already deal with serious staffing challenges. How much more so when officers know they're going to have to respond to protesters facing an armed and masked paramilitary force, whose first response appears to be escalation and violence. And the costs won't just be incurred at the facility itself. The radius applied in consideration of harm here is woefully insufficient. Our citizens will start holing up in their homes in fear of this force that has to meet quotas, because there are so many verified instances of ICE agents violently detaining people, regardless of their legal status and even their citizenship. Meanwhile, many businesses in towns with increased ICE presence report losses of up to 50% of customers and up to 2/3 of their workforce. Let's take our GDP for the county of $3 billion and apply a much more conservative 5% hit to our businesses, not unreasonable with our 29% non-white population. That's $150 million loss per year to our businesses. I'm sorry for getting loud. So there goes the one-time impact payment and a year of the recurring payment right out of the gate, and we're already in the negative 1 year out. What about the cost to our schools? Many communities have seen drops of up to 22% attendance when they don't cancel school outright. We're already closing schools due to low enrollment, and this will only exacerbate that problem. And for those of us with any sense of decency, there goes our personal productivity, because instead of showing up to work or fulfilling contracts for our clients, we're delivering groceries or standing watch outside of schools to document when 5-year-olds are taken to be used as bait. I expect you to pull out your calculators and see that this is a bad deal for our city, whether you support ICE or not. But even if it did make financial sense, we haven't even added the healthcare costs, moral costs, or the costs of people choosing not to move to our city out of fear.
Their CEO gets $7 million in compensation, while our community pays the price, and it's too high a cost. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
25, Cheyenne Logan.
Please refrain from applause, at least in this room.
25, Cheyenne Logan.
Hello, my name is Cheyenne Logan. I live at 721 North 8th Street in
Thank you, ma'am.
Leavenworth. So I came here with sort of a speech prepared, but really, I grew up here. I come from a long line of military and public servants, and I myself, like you, am a public servant. It is my job, as it is your job, to think about the welfare of the people. I ask you to do that. I do not believe that I am very sorry, I did not mean to say that. I do not believe that CoreCivic has changed. I don't believe they will change. I don't believe they care about us or have our best interest in mind. And honestly, I don't think that we should have to divert police force for them for whatever issues they may have. We live here. This is our town. Why should we have to divert police force if there's like a big catastrophe? What takes precedence? I think that's an important thing to think about. That's really all I had to say. I hope that you guys will, public servant to public servant, really think about this.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
26, Caitlin Hammett.
Sorry, tangled. Caitlin Hammett, 7709 West 96th Terrace, Overland Park, Kansas.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening. I am Caitlin Hammett, the Vice President of the Carceral Accountability Council. The CAC first wants to thank the commissioners for their time and recognize the difficulty of the decision ahead. We also acknowledge that the proposed reopening of the CoreCivic site meets the criteria for golden factors 1 through 4. However, the guidelines themselves allow that multiple of these factors are subjective. We put it to the commission that factor 5, the relative gain to the health, safety, and welfare of the community, should be given the most consideration. CoreCivic promises jobs for Leavenworth, but at what human cost? Multiple documented instances of understaffing, undertraining, and the resulting mandatory overtime led to dangerous working conditions. Working conditions that left staff, including a veteran, in some cases permanently disabled and with no severance or settlement from CoreCivic. How do poor working conditions serve the welfare of Leavenworth? CoreCivic continues to say they're going to fix their mistakes, but why are they not held to a higher standard already? Ronald Reagan once said, "Trust, but verify." Well, we trusted CoreCivic before. Other communities have trusted them as well, but when it came time to verify their practices, we all discovered deeply disconcerting information. If the golden factors can explain if the facility should or should not be able to operate where it is, then so should CoreCivic's reputation. Since this involves human lives, we believe that their reputation matters even more. It is worth noting that the undue strain on law enforcement is not only a factor 5 issue, public safety, but also a factor 7, impact on community resources issue. Previously, CoreCivic declined to cooperate with local law enforcement. The current provisions, as the commission noted, in the special use permit frequently use terms like reasonable to define when CoreCivic will provide Leavenworth Police and other institutions with information. Who gets to define what is reasonable? Civic power or corporate power? And what real-time resources does the city have if and when their definition differs from CoreCivic's? Our police department is already depleted. Another ask like this will only put further strain on our officers. These issues and the many others that will arise will only take their time away from serving the community. Is having local law enforcement take care of a private company really the best use of time and taxpayer money? I can see my time is running short, so I do want to bring a couple of notes from testimony this evening. CoreCivic says that they could not use less than a 5-year special use permit because of contract
Thank
issues.
you very much, ma'am.
They already have 100 staff members. So which is it?
Thank you, ma'am.
27, Glenn Dent.
Glenn Dent, 63 Sheridan, Leavenworth.
Thank you. Give me 1 second. He's
Sorry
gonna
about that.
restart the thing.
Premature.
I told him to not do it until after you've completed your address, because these end seconds matter, I guess.
I appreciate that.
Right.
It's a fairly
Yes,
new
sir.
address,
Go
but
ahead.
I've been in Leavenworth County my whole life. My question, I guess, statement would more be around in 2024 in Deary, Texas. Core Civic had a facility shut down for detention, for ICE detention, citing it was not profitable and inhumane practices of not being able to provide drinkable water. How are any of these promises going to be guaranteed whatsoever? How is this not just the exact same issues over and over again so a private prison can make profit? That's all I got. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
28, Alejandro Rangel Lopez.
Howdy. Hi, Alejandro Rangel Lopez, 825 of South Street, Dodge City, Kansas. I'm speaking to you today as a campaign manager for New Frontiers. We're a project of the statewide nonpartisan nonprofit organization called Loudlight. I organize down in Southwest Kansas in the communities of Dodge City, Garden City, and Liberal. And we've also got folks in Casey Metro, Wichita, Topeka, and Lawrence. So we have thousands of folks signed up as members of our organization and advocating for their communities, including right here in Leavenworth. I want to be quick so you can hear from the folks who live in this community. This ain't my soapbox, and I want to be respectful of that. Whatever you decide, I know you'll make a thoughtful decision, because you wouldn't be doing this if you didn't love Leavenworth, right? I love my community as well. As I said, I'm from Dodge City, down in the southwest part of the state, and while we may just be a little bit different, we're all Kansans and connected through our ties to this land. At the same time, the fact that we're all connected means that the decision made by this body will cause ripples for folks across the state and this region. So, my first point, when a company shows you who they are, believe their actions, not their words. Based on its profit-driven track record, Core Civic cannot be trusted to safely manage its Leavenworth facility and ensure staff and detainees' safety. Regardless of whatever promises they might make to you about improving conditions and treating employees with the dignity that they deserve, what we have to believe is their actual record, which ain't too pretty, right? And I won't go into that, y'all have heard plenty about that. My second point is we can't separate this facility from the national conversation and state impacts. I'll be brief here. As I said earlier, I'm from Southwest Kansas, where we benefited greatly from immigration to our communities and bucked the trend of rural decline. The facility will be used to hold my neighbors, friends, and loved ones. Core Civic's rush to open cannot be separated from ICE and the current administration's increasingly violent and unconstitutional enforcement. My third point, the little economic gains that come with a facility like this do not overcome morals and the inevitable disruption to the community that Core Civic will bring. Standing strong in our moral beliefs is what we have in common as Kansans across the state. Even 6 hours away from my home, I know that we have convictions that aren't the most politically popular, sometimes, right? But they are the right thing to do. From John Brown's blessed fight against slavery to Dwight D. Eisenhower's mobilization of the National Guard to protect the Little Rock Nine, Kansans have stood on business since we were established. I ask you to embody that same spirit today to defend the dignity of every human being. It may not feel like it right now, but I can promise you that in a decade you will look back at this decision to oppose Core Civic and be proud that you stood for your values as Kansans. So you can also avoid the demonstrations, right, which are guaranteed with a facility like this. And y'all can just check the news if you guys to see what those demonstrations actually look like and what they disrupt the community, right? That's all I got. Thank y'all for hearing me out. I know you have a tough decision ahead of y'all, and I appreciate the time to speak today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
29, Rick Joyce.
Rick Joyce, 45 Woodmore, Leavenworth.
Thank you, sir.
I retired from the Department of Corrections as a lieutenant. I spent 24 years in a maximum security penitentiary, so I speak with experience. One thing I haven't heard too much about is if Core Civic is not allowed to come to Leavenworth, where will they go? Will they go to a community that is not used to having corrections? Will they know how to respect the inmates in that penitentiary?
if CoreCivic is permitted to come to Leavenworth, I believe this is a strong community. We will not allow those people to be abused. We will hold them accountable. We cannot allow in Leavenworth what we see on TV. I say let's let them have a chance. Let's evaluate them. We'll keep both our eyes on them. And if they screw up, we're going to let them know about it, period. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, sir.
30, Mike Lay.
Mike Lay, 907 Columbia. I've been here since 1963. Now, I got two things. The first one is, let me gather my thought. The first one is, I haven't heard anything about custody levels. Or we're gonna just, because we're coming from a federal marshal holdover to a detention center. What are the custody levels gonna be? Are they gonna be treated like inmates, or are they gonna be treated like the people that put your roofs on your house? The second one is, if you must open the place up, I think you should have independent teams to go in and do inspections in your HR, your health department, your food, the cells, your electronics, and even your grinder pumps, which if they have problems with the grinder pump, being that I worked in DB at one time, they should have catch pins to catch a lot of that stuff, and the water pressure shouldn't be high enough to push it down to the mains. So you need somebody, HVAC, plumbing, and everybody to do monthly inspections to make sure these people are keeping their word and making sure that these people are not being abused and getting medical treatment that they need. I'll rest my case.
Thank you very much, sir.
31, Marsha Levering.
Hi, my name is Marcia Levering. I reside in 4912 Ginny Avenue, Lincoln, Nebraska.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. I worked as a corrections officer at CoreCivic for a mere 10 months back in 2021. And let me say that that was long enough to see how they function and the blatant disregard for safety for both our inmates and staff. Within 6 weeks of training, by week 3, we began to hear from the inside that we were going to be mandated to work an additional days as the facility was understaffed. Our instructor knew this but did not glean an insight. She just sat there quietly in her chair listening as we discussed amongst ourselves and asked, how could CoreCivic simply mandate us, especially with zero experience? I can still see the smirk on her face, and I'll move on. Lo and behold, it was true. We got inside, and it was a slow boil. At first, we were mandated to do 1 additional shift per week. Mind you, we were hired under the false pretense that we were to work 12-hour shifts 3 days a week. We never saw that. I was working 13 shifts 6 days a week. Many were working 7. I would ask for replacements, and I'm going to move on to topics as far as like hygiene and cleaning. I would ask for replacements of basic necessities like broom, mop, dustpan, cleaning liquid. It was like pulling teeth. CoreCivic treated us no better than the inmates at times, and there was no leadership there that took anything into account other than profit. The ones above us would prefer to stay in their office and watch from the screens as we were doing counts 3 times a day. Again, no leadership, using us to their benefit, and it seems to be their business model. The men were locked in 23 hours a day. They were not receiving their 1 hour daily. They were lucky if they got 30 minutes some days, and quite frequently 0 outdoor time. It's their business model. Each shift, you're to toss 3 cells. You're looking for any paraphernalia, weapons, drugs, hooch, looking at inmates to see if anyone is injured or from an attack. And in these cells where I'm inspecting daily, I reported broken cell doors, the intercom's not working, and most were not. I was so consistent with daily inspections that I was seeing a trend. Nothing was getting repaired. Nothing I'd run across maintenance, and I say, hey, Q building door 7 has been broken for 8 weeks. They'd shrug and respond, I can't get to it all. There are not enough of us to fix this place. There were 2, maybe 3 maintenance guys on hand. And was CoreCivic hiring more for maintenance? No, they simply did not care. It's their business model. We're supposed to do a head count 3 times a day during our 12-hour shifts. I'm going to skip that, again, going about the doors not working. I could go on with the drugs and how it was rampant. We'd see on video someone taking K2 into a microwave, lighting it and take it to their cells just before lockdown. I asked questions, I complained. At some point, microwaves were replaced with water spigots or hot water spouts. That's where I was attacked at that point, so I was going to pivot to that. That hot water was ultimately thrown on me. I was attacked. I got stabbed 4 times, once in my face. I've had 16 surgeries. It's been a long road to recovery. Thankfully, I'm a veteran. VA has stepped in where CoreCivic or Corvell has
Thank you very
stepped
much,
away.
ma'am.
Thank you.
32, Judy Ansell.
Hi, my name is Judy Ansell. I live at 4014 Metropolitan Avenue,
Thank you.
Kansas City, Kansas. And my testimony is more extensive than 3 minutes, so I posted it on Google, and I'm going to give you a QR code where you can find it, because there are many references that you need to look up. We believe that ICE sees opening the CoreCivic prison here in Leavenworth as very important to be able to ramp up its roundups in this area. And the only thing holding them back is the lack of prison beds to hold people. Currently, people who are arrested in this area go to county jails, and there aren't enough of them to house ICE's quotas. Thus, if the city of Leavenworth grants the special use permit, it'll open the spigot for ICE raids in this region. That, in turn, could turn the Kansas City Metro into a replica of Chicago or even Minneapolis. And given the level of public protest of ICE that currently exists in the metro area, could make the CoreCivic jail and Leavenworth a focal point of protests. We predict that if CoreCivic prison here in Leavenworth opens up as an ICE jail, it will become a target of frequent and large demonstrations. I therefore want to urge you, the Planning Commission, to investigate what the city could be in for and the impact of mass demonstrations on city services and infrastructure, on neighbors, on traffic, on the National Cemetery, on businesses in the neighborhood of the prison, and on Leavenworth's reputation and attractiveness as a place to settle and do business. Such an analysis should cover costs generated from additional overtime, having to hire additional public safety personnel for crowd control and traffic, and even possible hazard pay. The impact on ambulance service and hospitals from injuries as ICE policing of demonstrations uses extraordinary amounts of tear gas and projectiles, court costs for prosecution of people arrested, legal fees in trying to enforce the special use permit provisions, among others. I recommend that your commission talk to the administrators in the Chicago area, specifically the village of Broadview, a near suburb, which has been the site of daily massive demonstrations against ICE because there's a federally owned ICE facility in that town. The jail became the site and target of many protests beginning in September 2025, after claims of inhumane conditions and lack of access to lawyers and visitors. CoreCivic has been charged with many of these same conditions, both in the past and currently.
Thank you, ma'am.
Please look at my testimony
Thank you very
online, and you'll find some references that you can get to the city of Broadview and what it costs them.
I appreciate it. Thank you, ma'am.
33, Sarah Robinson.
Hi, my name is Sarah Robinson. I live at 801 Pennsylvania Street, Lawrence, Kansas, 66044.
Thank you, ma'am.
So this is the end game of profit over people. The more people CoreCivic detains, the more tax dollars they get. Plain and simple. CoreCivic's C-suite is lining their pockets with our money for what? So everyday hardworking people can be held in inhumane conditions? They are people, not quotas. Corruption is a disease. Greed is a disease. And CoreCivic is sick.
Thank you, ma'am.
34, Maria Palomino. Hello, my name is Maria. My family serves people all across.
Could you give your address, please?
710 North Main Street.
Thank you, ma'am.
My family serves people all across Leavenworth at our family-owned and operated restaurant in Lansing, a few streets away from Leavenworth. As a business owner family that lovingly serves Leavenworth residents, I am firmly opposed to the issuance of a special use permit for the core civic facility in Leavenworth. I encourage the Planning Commission to recommend that they do not issue this permit. Leavenworth has already endured more than its fair share of atrocious management and history of Core Civic. As a community, we must draw a line when it comes to trusting Core Civic again. In my family's restaurant, I get to talk to residents of Leavenworth and hear their everyday comments. We serve police officers, military veterans, teachers, business owners, public officials, college students, ranch owners, and just about every profession there is in Leavenworth. They all talk about Leavenworth fondly. There's a pride in being from Leavenworth. They express the city's environment, aspirations, and the woven community of Leavenworth. They value the city's reputation. Recommending the issuance of a special use permit would severely undermine the character of the immediate neighborhood and the town as a whole, hurting our economy, especially local businesses like ours that provide for Leavenworth families. Core Civic has an unhinged history with Leavenworth. Their presence in our community has already left irreplaceable scars from severe understaffing that endangered both staff and detainees due to inhumane treatment. These are not isolated incidents. They are part of a well-documented national pattern, and as a daughter of his business owners, I can tell you this is their business model. They don't plan to trade for their profit. Across the country, Core Civic facilities have been sites of sexual abuse, medical neglect, and even death. They cut corners, conceal problems, and resist accountability, all while making empty promises about jobs and economic benefits that they will never truly materialize. That is their business model. And the Leavenworth residents of the neighborhood do not need the character of their neighborhood to be destroyed. Beyond the facility's walls, the burden will fall on Leavenworth. I encourage the Planning Commission to not recommend this permit. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am.
35, Benjamin Lowe.
Hello, thank you for having me. I am Benjamin Lowe. I usually go by Ben. My address is 669 Prospect Street, and I have lived here since I was 3 and 28 now for reference. Just to get this off the bat, I would recommend this Planning Commission deny the permit. Now, this isn't coming from anyone really important. This isn't coming from some big professional. Right now, I'm an Uber Eats driver just trying to get a steady job in the IT department, which they had offered on Indeed, and I didn't apply. The reason why, beyond any moral implications that are beyond the scope of this meeting, is one thing. They have had a long, brutal reputation of being understaffed. Understaffed doesn't mean just threaten the inmates. It threatens other staff members, not just guards, but support personnel like admin, medical, maintenance, or IT. If their facility is what they say it is in state of the art, that means a lot of computer infrastructure, a lot of what can go wrong, a lot of what I would have needed to fix if I had signed on and I had been accepted. And if word of that understaffing is true, I would be putting my neck on the line day in and day out. To the 150 souls who did apply with them, Godspeed, you're more courageous than me, but for all of their words of we are better now, we are better training now, we are better staff now, the reputation persists so much that a friend of mine who works in security, when I had brought up the opening for IT that I had saw a while back, he said don't apply. They underpay, they understaff, they are not worth it. And I have to ask you, commissioners, if any of your friends, your family had signed up with them, with the knowledge that has been repeated that they are a dangerous understaffing problem, could you see them off to the Midwest reception facility with a clear mind and calm heart, that they would come home, that you wouldn't get a call to a hospital, that you wouldn't get a call that they were dead from work? They give promises that they're better now. I want to believe them, but the fact that they have lawsuits like dogs have fleas, tells me they may be, but I don't want us to be the test case. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
We're on our last speaker, number 36, last name Lowe.
We'll get you squared away.
Hi, I'm Joanna Lowe. My address is 669 Prospect Street.
Thank you, ma'am.
Leavenworth. We've been residents of Leavenworth for over 26 years now. And love our community, love our neighbors, love the wonderful small mom and pop businesses that we so enjoy frequenting and going to. We even have our own little family business of rental properties and are deeply, deeply concerned about the impact, of course, Civic will have on our community. And our business. We already have tenants expressing concerns about their safety, and we've been here long enough, we remember what happened last time. And my concerns are, it's not just, and we've heard, oh, COVID. There were problems before COVID. If you were here long enough, you know that. And I guess part of the problem with that, we've heard a lot about reform and things are different now, but this is a company that has lawsuits across the country for the same problems. Understaffing, improper medical care, inhumane conditions, lack of adequate food. This is not just a past problem. It is a problem that continues on. What's to say this facility will not be the same as other facilities? Now, I grew up in Tennessee, and we knew them back when they were CCA. When you have to rebrand your company because your reputation is that bad.
That's exactly what they did.
We need to seriously consider that. And I thank you for your time. It's been a long evening, so I want to keep it brief. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So we're going to take a 10-minute recess. We will reconvene at 9:05. Our recess, the commission will now, where we left off, our public comment period had ended, and now we're moving to, I would like to close the public hearing portion of this.
Can't hear you.
I'm sorry. Everything I said was really great, though. So with this, we're going to close the public comment portion of the hearing. And we will move on to some discussion with staff and debate between the commissioners. Does anybody wish to start, or would you like me to jump in? Okay, so.
Sorry, real quick, just for the sake of making sure we keep all of our notes, if you have a recommendation that you would like to include, if you're going to make a recommendation that you'd like to include, just make sure we note it for Michelle to keep track of that, if you would, please, so that if we have multiple during a motion, that we keep them all on track. Does that make sense?
Please make sure you state clearly during your motion, if you make a motion, what you are including.
I know we're not at that point yet, but just keep it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Go ahead. Just a second. I have a recommendation. I've misunderstood both of you. You say if we have something we want to add it, but did you say something else?
It has to be included as part of the motion.
Okay, but we can discuss among.
Correct.
Discussion now on additions if in fact we want.
Point being, I know there's going to be some back and forth, and so if we have a distinct addition that we want to add, I want to just make sure staff tracks it when we do make a motion so that those are all included.
Okay. Mr. Waters, could you please explain what happens after our vote here today?
So the Planning Commission is a recommending body. You make a recommendation to the City Commission on whether it should approve or not approve the special use permit application and subject to such conditions as you would put on. The City Commission will consider it. There's a certain notice, there's a certain period that must pass for the City Commission can take it up on first consideration, and at that point, the City Commission has generally three options. They can adopt the Planning Commission's recommendation. They can override your recommendation. The City Commission can also send it back to the Planning Commission with a statement specifying the reason for sending it back. Oftentimes would be the City Commission may have a question, did you consider this or that, those types of things. And then from there, the Planning Commission could send it back to the City Commission. And the City Commission, of course, is the final body that makes the decision on this. So your role tonight is to consider the application and the applicant's comments, to consider the staff comments on this, certainly to consider the public comments you heard tonight as well, to consider the application generally in light of the factors that have been laid out for you in the staff report, to discuss amongst yourselves those factors, and ultimately to make a recommendation of either approval or disapproval of this special use permit application.
Or table.
I mean, the statute on that's a little bit unclear, but generally, yes, you could. The statute does allow you to adjourn from time to time on this, so you could. The statute also provides that the failure to make a recommendation could be deemed a recommendation of denial. My position on this would be that, if, you were to have table it for one meeting on that wouldn't reach that threshold, but at some point, if this Planning Commission is never to take action on something, table after table, et cetera, that should be deemed a failure to make a recommendation. And that would be.
We could table for a certain amount of time, and that would be okay.
I think you could. I think you could.
For more information of something, correct?
I think you could.
When our actions are sent to the City Commission, is one of us there to explain and answer questions, or is that?
Staff will present staff will provide the City Commission with what the recommendation is. Staff generally also provides the minutes of the proceedings, and generally we have a staff report similar to what you have seen tonight. Right. But then staff will generally add to it flavor or color or other information that was at the Planning Commission meeting.
Good.
So, Waters, is
So if we make recommendations or other caveats for this thing, and the staff writes it up, do they send it back to us to reapprove it, or?
It depends on the nature of the motion. If you make a motion to recommend approval, subject to additional considerations, then those would just be added for consideration by the city commission.
Meaning like the numbers 1 through 16, we could add or delete, or in addition to?
You can make that recommendation, correct. The city commission does not need to, as the city attorney stated, city commission does not necessarily need to approve those recommendations or not. They can overrule them. But yes, you can make those recommendations.
I understand, thank you.
Yeah.
We spent a lot of time talking about the golden factors today. My understanding is, while those are given as a list, it is a non-exclusive list for this body to consider. Is that correct?
It is not an exclusive list of considerations.
Okay.
You certainly have this in your code. You have codified the other, is it 6 or 7 special use permit ones? But so the golden factors generally are courts. Those look at those first, but they are not an all-exhaustive or all-inclusive list.
Okay. So let's begin commission discussion.
I have one other question for clarification. I don't think we discussed it. In paragraph 6, it says within 5 business days after written city request, Core Civic will provide a roster to the city of all detainees. Why does the city want a roster of the detainees?
You want to take that or me?
I think it was for
just pulling towards it here.
Right.
But it says a roster.
I believe there are 2 bases for that. One was to determine compliance with the numbers. I believe there were also some situations, and Chief may be able to speak on this more, of needing to be aware of people that may need transportation to the municipal court. I think that was an issue that was discussed at one point, and making sure on that.
Why would they be transported to the municipal court?
I don't remember exactly what, it may have been the district court. I just remember that was discussion that the chief had.
It says something about Kansas Open Records Act, so it might be subject to that, why they have to have a roster.
There are certain protections on criminal, or there's certain, should I say, restrictions on the extent to which information on detainees may be released, and so this is clarification that to the extent that correctional records, there's information in there that should not be disclosed under the Kansas Open Records Act, that it's an acknowledgement that those records may be subject to that limitation on disclosure.
So does this roster mean head count, or does it mean name, rank, and serial number?
I believe that it was intended to be for, who are the detainees, a roster name.
By
yes.
name?
Yes, sir.
Name and date of birth?
That was the intent of the discussions.
And once again, I don't understand why the city would want that information. Why is it pertinent to the city? What would the city use it for? Why
I believe there's issues that the city wanted to make, again, I don't want to speak for the police chief on this, but I think there were also issues with being able to know who possible witnesses might be if things arise, and having access to that information was another issue that the chief had raised as a reason for this.
Okay. Thank you.
We have never found out the average time that a detainee would be there?
I think it's 59 days. 59 days.
59 days.
That information comes from Core Civic. That certainly is something you could ask the applicant.
It's actually in the paperwork.
Okay.
My feeling, regardless of how this vote goes, because if it goes in favor, the city commission still has, they make the decision, we don't. We're making a recommendation. If our recommendation is for it or against it, I still believe there's I would like 3 or 4 points added or changed. One, I'm not in agreement with granting a 5-year SUP. I think it should be less than that. I think it should be in accordance with the rest of our SUPs annually. I believe that,
Can we discuss that one?
what?
Yeah.
Can we discuss that one?
Yeah, we discussed that, and I know that's, this is my, this is, oh, yeah,
This is
yeah.
our
I mean, you brought that up.
Yeah, this is my feeling, not necessarily.
This is our
I'm not wed to 5, but 1, I think, is wholly insufficient. Earlier in the discussion, you used the analogy of somebody applying for opening a daycare center. We're talking about 2 hugely different business models. You know, a daycare center where there's 3 or 4 staff, maybe at the person's home, a 1 year, maybe even that's too short for that, but yeah, I could live with that. But this one, as was stated by one of the executives here, where they've got to attract people who want a career, and the 1 year turnover is not going to be sufficient, particularly if
move their family.
if they're going to move their family, but for the amount that's invested in their training, if you're going to put that much time as what was spoken today, in any given year, somebody could turn it over. I think that's wholly inappropriate. Whether it should be 5, maybe that's too excessive, but maybe at least 3.
As I stated, I think it should be less than 5. As I used the example of 1, when you have an SUP, once the initial is given, it's, I don't want to say it's an automatic renewal, but it is basically an automatic renewal following year if nothing has changed, if they have complied.
But if something changes and it's 3 years, if something's changed, then they can at least take away their SUP, right?
Well,
If they're not in compliance, sure.
Also, the
Yeah.
performance bond comes in here, guys, if we want to do something with that for good conduct in escrow, and then the 1 to, or 5 and less years, that kind of rolls into the good conduct escrow. If we were going to do something, that might be something that needed to go into that.
Which leads to another question. Is there any precedent for a performance bond in this type of industry? I know it's used in construction.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard those comments, and again, that's a new concept that's been raised, so I'm gonna just kind of speak without knowing what the devil in the details are.
Right?
A performance bond is generally, one area where I see it is in quarries, as an example. And the reason
In
for,
what?
in quarries. And where quarry operators provide a reclamation bond to the state of Kansas, such that if the quarry operator goes out of business, the state of Kansas has funds, they can come in and reclaim the land and bring it back in here.
That doesn't mean it has to stay in that job.
I don't know, I guess, I don't necessarily know what such a performance bond, how this would be framed in this case. I mean, I've just heard the term, but, a performance bond is generally, in the construction industry, would also be generally considered that if a contractor goes bankrupt, defaults, whatever, the surety in that case agrees that they will take care of the costs and finish the construction project. In this case, is a performance bond that somebody would come in and take the property away from Core Civic and continue operating it and perform under the SUP. I'm having a little bit of a hard time seeing that.
Well, I think maybe what they were thinking with this is, I mean, a lot of things can happen, and this is a company with vast financial resources. But if we have this agreement and they're gonna make payments monthly, as in the performance agreement, and something were to occur where the company went bankrupt, and while it was in the bankruptcy process, we would have a surety bond to ensure that those payments were made to us.
What's that?
And throughout the bankruptcy.
The contract is not with us, the contract is with ICE. I mean, that's what.
No,
the
with Core
performance
Civic.
is. Right, Core Civic, you said if they were to go bankrupt, well, who is it that is damaged? It's not necessarily
It would be us, because they would still be operating in bankruptcy.
Well, I think what it would do is that if payments were not being made as required under this, then the special use permit would go up for revocation in that case.
I also think, though, another thing to talk about is the 1.5 million administrative fee. It's so vague, like what the city's gonna get. It's open to interpretation. We're opening up a city here and we're not sure what the city's gonna get. Come on, that needs to be really defined, I think. if this is going to.
In terms of where the uses are?
Well, earlier he said that, you know, the city would, it'd go into a general fund. We weren't sure how much.
Well, that, first of all, that's because our legal fees are not yet completed regarding this case. So, I mean, we haven't put a hard line on that.
Scott, it looks like a payoff, though.
Right.
It's not necessarily.
I mean, that's what it kind of looks like.
There is no allocation on that this would be an impact fee to the city
I'm just
of
telling you what
everything.
people are thinking.
I understand. I think our thought on it is that, don't spend money you don't have yet.
That's correct.
And so, we haven't had that conversation with the city commission because we don't have the money to spend it.
Just addressing it. It's on my mind.
Okay, I understand.
And none of the detainees will be released in Leavenworth?
It says on G.
Unless they are resided in Leavenworth or unless the court, essentially the court orders that the person be released here.
A letter of intent under G is what it says.
That was, that was a statement that Core Civic made in its letter that it provided with its application. And so that was just referencing that agreement came from Core Civic.
Gotcha.
But bringing us back to the performance bond, I don't think our risk here certainly isn't bankruptcy.
Correct.
The concern in
lots of
everybody's
crazy
mind
things happen.
is safety.
Safety.
So it's almost a penalty. And I don't know how you could possibly do that.
Yeah, I don't
in
think
this
I could
case.
do that either.
I'm having a hard time seeing that. I mean, I'd happy to look into it,
No,
but
I
sitting
agree.
here right now with the idea just fresh.
But it comes back to safety and security for the detainees and the staff.
Right, but I would go back to the performance bond is between the vendor and the customer.
Yeah.
And we're neither.
Right.
So if they were to have a performance bond, it's gonna be between courts.
Well, we would be a vendor in the way that we receive payments from them for
us providing
police,
services.
for police and.
Right, for us
fire.
providing services.
That would be more of a payment
That's more
bond.
of us
Right.
being a vendor to them.
But what about the performance of their people?
Casualties, you mean? Things of that
Casualties,
nature?
the casualties, how the guards are, that performance. What if that performance isn't up to what they said they were gonna do, how everything was gonna be so great with it? And hopefully it is, but if that doesn't perform that way, can that be put into a performance bond?
Well,
I think that would be outside the scope of what.
the remedy then with that case would be a revocation of the special use permit.
I understand. Yeah.
Mr. Waters or Mr. Peterson, if this goes all the way through, the commission approves it, they go into business, and they're not in compliance with the SUP and a revocation goes into effect, would that, and revoke it on 1 September, grabbing a year, just whatever, are they close to September, or are we in court now for 3 more years while they fight the revocation?
I mean, I think you could be in that, you're gonna be in that situation with any special use permit or land permit in the city, if there's a dispute as to whether the standards were met or not.
Yeah, and that kind of gets to my point about the performance agreement. I mean, when I read it, I put a note down here. It's like a bulldog contract, but the bulldog has rubber teeth, right? It's too kind of squishy with promptly and reasonable time. I mean, this is not a organization that has a great performance history with our law enforcement. And we need to recognize that, and we need to kind of hold things, it needs to be, you wanna know what people are gonna do? People will do what's in the contract. That's it. So let's put it in the contract. To the extent that we decide to do that.
Certain definite periods of time.
Yes.
So how does everybody feel about the golden factors? Do you feel like it's hitting all of them, or some of them, or none of them? The golden factors. How do you guys feel? Do you think it's hitting most of them?
Yes.
You do?
Yeah, I think the staff did an excellent job of one, recapping the history, number two, looking at criteria, and they chose this golden factors, and I think they've done a good job of walking through how this.
I think the staff did a great job, but do you think that
Yes.
the company is hitting all of the golden rules, or the golden rules.
Well, I think what the staff has coordinated with Core Civic to do in each of these 6 areas, or how many areas were the?
I think there was one that was brought up clearly, I wrote it down, number 8 of the golden rules, somebody in the audience brought up, and I highlighted that. You know, maybe we marinate on that one for a little bit. There was another one, I think maybe number 5.
When you talk number 8, there's 6 golden rules, as I understand. There are 8. And I'm missing 7.
So to clarify,
I have too many papers.
people use different numbers, but I believe that the one they were referring to was the relative gain to the public health, safety, and welfare by the destruction of the value of a complaining party's property
yeah.
as compared to the hardship imposed upon the individual landowner applicant if the rezoning is not approved.
What number was that in our paperwork?
We should have numbered that, I apologize. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that is number 6.
Number 6, okay, thank you.
Of the golden.
Of the golden factors, that is correct,
Yeah,
not
golden
of the
factors, yeah.
recommendations, yeah.
Gotcha. Well, thank you for clarifying that.
Once again, to be clear, what we're charged with tonight is looking at that piece of property and is the use of that property zoned for the business that wants to go in there? Obviously, there's a lot of other things going in, but the Planning Commission's charge is the zoning, is this a proper zoning case?
Correct.
City Commission will then have to decide whether we recommend to go forward or we recommend yes or no. They will hear the case again, and they're the decision makers on probably all the other factors. While we're charged with, is this a proper zoning request? Some of us may have to hold our nose and vote, but that's what we're charged with, as I understand it. Am I correct in that assumption?
That is our recommendation from the staff level.
Yeah, I mean, I think you are as free to consider, I mean, the city commission would consider the same factors that you are.
But we're kind of really just going on the zoning. Is that property?
So, you know, let me see if I can get to maybe kind of the root of your question. You know, at least in 2012, the city itself, you know, they determined that jails and prisons are permitted in Leavenworth with the issuance of a special use permit. That was the policy decision made by the city at that time. That policy could change at some point, but where we are right now is that was the determination, and at this point in time, the city commission has not changed that jails and prisons, which do include detention centers, are permitted in this zoning district with the issuance of a special use permit. In considering the special use permits, you have a series of factors that are established in Kansas law, the golden factors. You have certain factors that are incorporated into your code, which are included in the staff report. Mr. Bateman is correct; those are not all exclusive; they're all inclusive. But you know, the courts at least have provided those as guidance of how the city should frame its review of these matters. That doesn't mean that there isn't something over here or something over there, but you know, that's the general pathway that the courts have said this is how these matters should be considered. So you've got those. You have staff's comments on those. You have the applicant's positions on them, and you certainly have the public comments that you've heard tonight as well, all of which you are charged with considering and taking into account. You may, in terms of what staff has come up with, you may agree, you may disagree, you may have additional thoughts on them, but that is what this process is for. Your role is to weigh the input you've received from these sources, weigh the legal factors, and then make a recommendation to the city commission. you know, there are certain limitations on what cities can do. ICE is an agency of the federal government. So there are things that go along with that, just as in Leavenworth, of course, you have the US Army here as well. Those could be supremacy clause issues, Fifth Amendment issues, things like that, and I'd happy to, if we wanted to go into executive session to talk more about that, we can. But there are, of course, you know, parameters on that, that go along with what the rules of different levels of government are and what your lanes in those levels of government are.
I think it's also important to emphasize the land use impact of this, because I know that we are in a discussion nationally about the current contractor, right? And we understand that, we haven't forgotten that. But it is CoreCivic's intent, I would assume, to be open for a very long time. And administrations change, policies change, their contractor could change. So we are, in theory, asking you guys to make a decision that could be impacting the city 10, 15, 20 years from now. So, with a totally different contractor. So it's important to zoom out and remember that, this is a land use issue and to rule accordingly.
And we do make that comment in our staff report, that currently they, CoreCivic, as we understand it, has a contract with ICE. That is not, I don't know their contracts, completely on that, whether that's an exclusive contract or not. But, if something similar were to happen with a administration change and an executive order change as to use of private detention facilities on that, I imagine CoreCivic would put itself out for other contracts with other entities such as the state of Kansas. And we mentioned that in our staff report as well.
It was mentioned earlier that COVID kind of caused the closure in 2022. Was it not an executive order saying no more private prisons?
I can't speak to the COVID matters, but my understanding was that it was the executive order that was prohibiting private detention contracts. This was the marshal's office.
It wasn't COVID.
I don't know.
Yeah.
You could direct that question to CoreCivic.
As I remember, okay.
I'm not familiar with that.
Are we able to direct some questions to them right now?
You may.
Can somebody answer that?
John Malloy with CoreCivic. Yeah, so the facility was closed because of President Biden's executive order, which terminated contracts with private providers for the Marshal Service. So that's why the facility was closed. The same administration then attempted to get the facility open for an immigration detention facility, however.
To clarify there, the order applied to Department of Justice contracts, not Department of Homeland Security. Thank you.
So, for example, if at the time CoreCivic had been under contract with the Department of Homeland Security, that Biden executive order would not have impacted the operations at that time.
Okay.
Does anybody feel like we need to go to an executive session, or are we good to wrap?
You have, Mr. Waters, do you have some guidance for us that we need to discuss in executive session?
Not at this time, but I always, I offer it.
Mr.
And
Chairman,
if there are questions.
Yeah, I think we should go into executive session. So we're going to go into executive session for.
Hold on. Need a motion to.
Oh, yes, I do.
I've got one draft.
Oh, hey, look at
this,
that.
good sir.
I just willed this into existence. Somebody else wanted this.
How much time do we want?
Let's do 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the Planning Commission recess to executive session for 15 minutes for the purpose of discussing the special use permit.
Can you please identify the first floor conference room?
Yeah, okay. Restarting. Mr. Chairman, I move that the Planning Commission recess into executive session into the first floor conference room for the period of 15 minutes for the purpose of discussing a special use permit application in consultation with an attorney which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 75-4319B subparagraph 2. The Planning Commission, City Manager, Assistant City Manager, Director of Planning, Community Development, and City Attorney will be present. The open meeting will resume in this Commission chambers. We'll take 2 minutes to get there. We'll say 9:52 by that clock we'll return.
I second that.
Motion has been made and properly seconded. All in favor? Aye. Motion passes. We are in executive session until 9:52.
so, John?
I believe so.
You're good.
Okay, it's 9:52. We have returned from executive session, and now we'll continue debate among the commissioners. About issue at hand. Anybody?
Can we go back to the term of the SCP? It got brought up that it should be shortened. Ted brought up, rightly so, their business model requires a large investment. We want to consider something in between the two as a reset. I mean, everyone says the right thing here, and I understand why. But that would be a forcing function, say at 24, 36 months to see how things have gone, and it could be reviewed and then reconsidered and extended to 5 years at that point.
I think we start out with 3 years.
So again, my concern is a lot of accreditation issues we're talking about, but all those are trailing indicators. For you to fail an ACA means some really bad things have happened. And I know it all like a leading indicator that would indicate there's a problem to stay ahead of, but I don't see one out there. It's the only way to mitigate that risk, I think, is to drop the term from 5 down to something less than that. That sounds reasonable.
That's why I said 36 months.
And I don't want to make it any harder on them and make it actually worse.
Because their accreditation would take 18 months.
Yeah.
So, you know.
I agree, 1 year is extreme, but at least I got the discussion started.
Yeah,
We want to be careful we don't inadvertently, in an attempt to help this, make it worse by causing the staffing problem.
Right.
Yeah.
More challenges than it already has.
Yeah. I would recommend 36 months.
36 months.
And then, like Bill said, after that, 36 months, maybe make the next one, what did you say, 5 years?
Based on whatever the findings are at the time.
Yeah, okay.
What the experience has been today. So that's just one issue. I don't want to take all our time. I'm sure there's probably more to discuss.
Okay.
Another issue I'd like to have in there, regardless of how it goes forward, is that a new grinder is in place, workable, before they open.
I think they said they already installed one.
Then it's a moot point, but I wanted to state that, while in here, it doesn't state that. And,
I guess it'd just be up to the inspection of the Director of Public
Yeah.
Works or whoever runs
Yeah.
your sewage that it meets
Yeah.
the standard with that
It
assumption.
hasn't been inspected, I guess.
Yes.
They're saying it's there, but we don't really know if it's there.
So we will we'd definitely be able to confirm that by any future city commission meeting that would come before this.
And paragraph 4, where it says, Core Civic will provide the city, et cetera, upon reasonable prior written notice. And I think that should say 2 business days. And if somebody argues, say, well, what if it's 48 hours and 2 minutes? Well, I think we'd be reasonable there. While the reasonable on this part is not in our favor. And I don't want to say it's a gotcha on either point, but reasonable is not a definition of any time.
Mr. Preisinger,
With two business days.
could you do 2 things? One, tell me again which condition you're
Number
speaking
4,
to.
Core Civic will provide the city, its agents and employees access to the property and the facility at reasonable times upon reasonable prior written notice. This is for administrative type things.
I believe Core Civic is willing to at least discuss that through a conversation during a break. They might have some thoughts to address with you, and so I invite you to ask Core Civic if they had any thoughts on that.
Do you have any thoughts on that, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen?
Good evening, Charles Renner again. Trying to get you down to at least 2 lawyers, right? Myself and Mr. Waters. We're comfortable with that 2-day provision with written notice, and I've talked to Mr. Waters. We can work through the language on that, and so if that's in a recommendation, we can finalize the agreement with respect to that.
I have a quick question. How long have you been with this company?
Well, I'm a lawyer at a law firm. I've been there since 2002.
Okay. And how long have you been?
17 years.
Okay. All right, that's all I wanted to know. Thank you. All right, so we have the 2-day, we have the grinder. What are the other issues that we're gonna address?
36 months.
36.
6 months.
The SUP, length.
So at the risk of drafting on the fly here, I would my hearing of this is that condition number 4, the first sentence would be revised to say, Core Civic will provide the city, its agents and employees access to the property and the facility within 2 days after written notice from the city to monitor compliance with the conditions, and then to the end of the sentence. Does that make the
I would say
intent?
2 business days, because we give them a notice at 4 o'clock on a Friday afternoon, that means we could walk.
Kim, are you able to note these? And then in condition number 7, I'm hearing that in the first line, 5 years be turned to 3 years. And then the second reference to additional terms of 5 years would not remain, or would remain unchanged.
Correct, subsequent period.
And again, we've addressed that already, that those, in my opinion, are quasi, I'm not sure how much language that meaning has anyways, because I think the city commission always has the authority to do that, but we put that in there kind of as a signal to discuss because of the issues with employees and things like that, so we put in there that, you know, that would be a reasonable consideration, but I want you to understand that those could always change at the renewal time, just like any of these conditions could.
Correct.
And then the last thing that I have so far is in number 11, the first line would say, Core Civic will have installed prior to the holding of any detainees a new grinder pump.
I would say installed and inspected and accepted, if that's,
Prior to.
if the right word.
I believe there was language in there relating to that. In terms of the inspected part.
Oh, there was.
Pursuant to specifications approved by the city's Director of Public Works.
Yeah.
It does already say that in there. So the language I would have that Core Civic will have installed prior to the holding of any detainees a new grinder pump. That's what I'm hearing so far. As they come up, you may consider asking whether Core Civic is agreeable to those or not.
They have indicated they are agreeable.
Well, I don't know, I was drafting the language, and so.
I have a quick question too. I can't find it. Is there also, yearly inspections of that grinder to make sure that, you know, with city water and things of that nature?
That is not in the language, no.
We have to protect our water. So maybe there's some kind of inspection to keep it going the right way and make sure.
I mean, I think any issues that do it would probably already trigger inspections of kinds. We do have language in here of notice if Core Civic has reason to believe that foreign objects, chemicals, or other materials have been disposed.
Just something
I
ongoing.
don't know what the city's standard
Yeah.
inspections on
Water.
things are,
Yeah.
but.
Do we have a water board person here?
So that would be Leavenworth Water Works.
That's wastewater, that's wastewater.
But if the grinder pump fails, we will know pretty quick.
Real quick.
Yeah. But I also it would not be overly burdensome upon our staff to inspect it once a year either, so.
And I think a grinder pump would be included within the definition of equipment, personnel, materials, and supplies, which there is a provision that Core Civic will install and maintain at Core Civic's cost, all of those things, and I think that would include the grinder pump.
Okay.
So if there was a provision that, if there's a problem with that going on, I think that would be captured in the existing language. And I don't know if you wanted to, I know Mr. Renner has approached the microphone.
So I just want to make sure I'm tracking correct. We've got the 2 days' notice, which we were okay with. The other two provisions we talked about are a limit to 3 years on the initial term and the recognition that the grinder pump is installed and needs to be inspected in the maintenance. So with that, yes, we're agreeable to those changes.
Oh, we're not done yet.
That's why I wanted to make sure I had my list before I said yes.
We can be
I thought it
long-winded.
might help to take them in smaller chunks.
Okay. As I read the contract, let me see. And really, I mean, that you're referencing paragraph 5, 6, 7, but what we're really, it goes back to the performance agreement, that those things are included in the performance agreement, am I correct? Grinder pumps and reporting things to the
Well,
police
what
department.
I've been going off the conditions, 1 through
Correct.
16.
But they're not gonna sign the conditions, they sign the
No, we would
performance
make
agreement.
marrying the same,
Correct, yes.
the same revisions into the language of the conditions, the performance agreement are intended and would mirror the
Correct.
language of the revised conditions.
Okay.
Yeah, you could just make that as part of the motion,
Yeah,
right?
that might not be a bad notation to
The
make.
special use agreement will reflect as
Right.
same.
Anything else coming up here? I had, paragraph number 9.
Of the conditions.
The conditions,
Condition number 9?
condition number 9. Use to detain or house more than 1104 inmates or detainees at rated capacity, to accommodate a request for surge capacity. Core Civic may detain or house inmates in excessive capacity only upon prior written approval by the City of Leavenworth Fire Chief. I'm looking, this goes to, well, I underlined promptly a million times in here, so that's one of these paragraphs. But there seems to be, we can request a surge increase, and it's not for any specific period. So I would like to have, you know, I mean, the rated capacity is 1104 for a reason. I don't really see any reason why we should ever exceed 1104, ever.
I would direct that question to Core Civic, because I think that's a good question.
I direct that question to you.
Is how do you go above rated capacity?
That is correct, yes.
So on occasion, a partner could have a need for capacity that exceeds our rated capacity. It would be intended for short duration, certainly not for a long period of time. That's happened in the past. This is language from previous contracts where in those occasions, we've gotten the approval of the fire marshal to come in and inspect the facility, look to see where we might house some folks. Maybe it's in a gymnasium or a classroom on a temporary basis. And then whether or not the fire marshal approves that, given the egress of the facility and things of that nature.
And
So
do the
that's,
fire marshals usually put a length of time
yeah.
on that?
And I don't think we'd be opposed to a time duration either.
So the fire chief has the authority to say yay or nay?
Yes.
End of story.
Yes.
He comes in, you say, I've got 100 people.
I don't like your plan.
Jim, he says no.
Denied.
End of story.
Yes.
Okay, so that doesn't necessarily go into litigation potentially after that, is what you're saying?
Right, it's up to the fire marshal to look at the plan and see if it makes sense.
Final
Yep.
decide.
And
He
to
or
be-
she will be.
And to be clear, the fire marshal would put a duration on that
And
approval?
it's not the fire marshal, it'd be the Leavenworth Fire Chief.
Fire chief.
Chief Burke, if he's here, if he's.
Yeah, we're open to a duration because it's intended not to be long-term. So, Stacy, I don't know if you have a thought on.
Yeah, that, actually what happens, the fire marshal will do, he'll give a duration, he or she, and give the number, whatever that number.
Is this where they may double bunk? Do they ever double bunk?
No, it's not normally a double bunk, what they call it surge beds. You buy, it's like a, it's Army community, it's Army type cot.
Gotcha.
Type thing. And the fire marshal can give a duration, but also the fire marshal will give you what that capacity is. So if whatever that number would be, and then if the partner called and said, hey, we need to take this many, we would have to say no because it goes over that capacity. So.
I'm comfortable with it as long as our fire chief has the authority, the absolute authority of saying yea or nay.
time and number.
And, yeah, it's completely his or her decision.
Yeah.
What's the best way to proceed here? If we wanted to make all these modifications, we do either through a motion with those corrections, or allow two lawyers to get together, do
I think
table it for a month?
my preference would generally be to, if you've been making the notes on that, you could do that, or I believe Kim has had these, and so a motion could be made to, as an example, approve, recommend approval of SUP with conditions 1 through 16, provided that conditions 7 to, whatever the numbers are, shall be modified, as has been noted in the discussion with the Director of Planning and Community Development Director.
So we have.
Or if you have that text written down, it'd be even cleaner. I think it is better to go to the City Commission with your recommendation than to go out of here with saying, we're gonna work out something maybe to the City Commission, and then that may not fully reflect your recommendation. I think it is better for you to make your recommendation, and then the City Commission can consider those on its merits, kind of, I suppose, without our interpretation in between.
Mr. Waters,
For vagueness.
we've made, are there three of them? Four of them. What if we had the city clerk read those four, and we make a motion that we recommend non-approval with these four conditions, or we recommend approval with the four provisions that the city clerk?
You would not make a recommendation of denial and include conditions.
Okay, but if we do make a recommendation of, if the motion is to approve, can we have her just read those four, and then we'd say, as per those notes, rather than
You'd want
someone
to
here
capture,
trying
you want
to
to
get the
capture all the
wording right?
conditions. So I think you would want to say conditions 1 through 16, provided that conditions 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever those are, shall be modified as stated by the planning clerk.
We have it.
Or you could read them out loud, but that might be best to have those in front of you now, and then if there was to be a motion, make those. I would generally make sure that you are all done with your discussion before we do all that, so that, we aren't.
We're not done.
That's right, so that, because I don't want
I had
to.
a late lunch. We
I don't
can
want to
go
have the
through one.
record
All
be
right.
as stated by the clerk, and then have the minutes be a half hour has gone by, and then we're,
Correct.
more unclear as to what
Yes.
it has been.
Can I clarify for my tracking? So you guys said 3 or 4 changes. I have 3 marked down. Number 4 related to
The number of inmates.
so what was the determination on the number of inmates? Did you guys want to change condition number 9?
I did not have any changes to
It's
that.
a- it's a fire marshal.
that, as stated.
So that condition remained the same?
Fire chief.
Correct.
Fire chief, yeah, fire chief.
So there's no
No.
change there, we just.
My understanding is we're not adding a durational thing from the planning commission. Yeah, this is
Fire
my
chief's
understanding.
call.
You make your motions however you want. But my understanding of the consensus was that that language already gave with the fire chief
That's suffice.
the authority that
That's
he
his-
needed, or
that's
she
his
needed.
decision.
I don't want to tell him how to do his job.
So it's just three.
So far, we have 3, that's correct.
Okay, yeah, we're down to 3.
With the possible, actually, there would be a 4th, I would just say, and, to reference the corresponding changes to the performance agreement.
Okay.
Repeat that, please.
To make the corresponding changes from the condition changes into the performance agreement.
I gotcha.
Can we start with the, let's just do a discussion here. We'll just start with the golden factors. Character of the neighborhood. My view, it doesn't really affect the character of the neighborhood. It's an existing facility in the past, you know what you got.
I'm sorry, what's the
agree.
point of your question?
I just want to see if everybody agrees with the staff recommendations.
Yeah, yes.
Just kind of recap a little bit.
Yeah,
See if there's any issues in there.
Yeah.
Right. So character of the neighborhood, any issues there?
I have none. Anyone?
No.
Yeah, maybe we should just go down, no, I have none.
Okay, yeah, we'll start over here and we'll run across. All right, zoning and uses of nearby property. Any issues?
I have none.
I find it to be perfectly acceptable for I-2. I know that there's a plumbing company over there, an electric company. Those are both consistent with I-2 usage. Suitability of the subject property for the uses to which it has been restricted.
I have no issues with that.
I have no issues.
No issues.
It hits that spot on.
The extent to which removal of restrictions will detrimentally affect nearby property.
I don't have any issues with that.
No issues.
No issues.
I do think we should consider the potential impact that were brought up by people here for demonstrations and affecting the neighborhood to the south. Those may be short-lived, but they're not non-existent. But I would say that doesn't really weigh in favor of not agreeing with the city staff. Okay, the length of time subject properties remain vacant as zoned, often considered in determining whether the current zoning is prohibiting development. I don't think the current zoning is prohibiting any development there.
No issues.
No issues.
Relative gain to public health, safety, and welfare by the destruction of value of the complaining party as compared to the hardship imposed onto the individual landowner if the rezoning is not approved.
No issue.
Anyone? Okay, I mean, so during one of the breaks, I brought up Core Civic's annual report in 10K ending in 12/31/24. They have total assets of $2.9 billion. They break out this place as worth $91,450,000 in improvements, of which they've taken $43,596,000. So the net impact to their, I mean, if we did not approve this, it would be effectively a loss to their asset value of about $48 million on a $2.9 billion base. I would think the impact for them not opening this on their assets would be almost insignificant, but I do think that some of the impact to the neighborhood residing next to it could decrease their property values some, and that would be disproportionate on the adjoining neighborhood. Any thoughts?
I think not only to the houses next to it, but, you know, rental property in the area. Like one gentleman brought up that couple, hey, we have rental property here. People don't want to move here. They're concerned about ICE.
Okay.
So that was something that kind of stuck with me.
Okay. Anyone else?
I think that's stretching what this means.
You do?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a destruction of value of a complaining property. I mean, there's a few things that we can actually quantify here. One of them is effectively, if this did not get the SUP, it would become an impaired asset and probably have to be written off. We can quantify what that would be based on the total assets of the company. Again, it's just a factor that we can consider. We can take, I don't know, does Core Civic have anything to offer
Wait a minute.
on this?
I don't know where you're going.
Yeah, adjoining properties. Is the impact on the adjoining properties more significant than the impact would be if they did not receive this special use permit?
This is just adjoining properties only?
I mean, we can say.
Or community?
Community.
Well, no, then you're stretching it. I mean, so you want somebody, if somebody came in from North Leavenworth and said, well, if you have this riots down at Core Civic and I'm afraid I'm gonna have property loss up here, yeah, you're
I'm not
No,
stretching.
this is
I'm
just
just
open
saying
to
this is something for
interpretation.
you to consider.
Yeah.
I think you're stretching it. Yeah,
I do too.
what it means.
Because I look at the VA hospital area up there and all those buildings that are in complete disarray, and it hasn't done anything
They would don't need a special use permit from us, though.
Okay, that's all right, but it still has an impact on our
Oh,
community.
no, I agree. I
Our
agree.
community.
I agree. Okay, recommendations of permanent and professional staff? I have no issues with them.
No, sure.
In conformance of requested change to adopted or recognized master plan, I mean, it's fairly obvious that that's like yes, no. And so those are the listed things. Is there anything that's not listed as a golden factor that we'd like to bring up? I mean, I will bring up specifically most of the stuff we heard from the community tonight is the argument we are hearing from Core Civic, which I think is worth hearing, is, you know, we've changed our ways and let us come back and everything will be great. I've lived a life and I know a lot of relationships where that's been the case, and it doesn't really change a lot. And I think that's really one of the things that frustrates a lot of people here. When you have a judge using the word hellhole and Leavenworth in close proximity to each other, that is not something that brings warm and fuzzies. Okay. That's what I have to say about it. Anybody want to add anything to that particular matter?
I want to say I appreciate the people that came up and spoke, regardless of the side that they spoke to. As I stated earlier, you know, the goodwill that Core Civic had with this community over the last year, it went downhill, and I think that's on you. You had an application for an SUP a year ago. It was fixing to be heard. The man from Franklin, Tennessee will understand when I say fixing to be heard. I lived in Texas for a while, so I can say that.
There's 2 Tennessee guys.
And, but you withdrew it. I don't know who gave you that advice, who gave you that counsel, but in my opinion, it was bad counsel. And I also feel bad that some of our local representatives at the state level have politicized this event so much, put out so many falsehoods and lies about this entire process on different sides, trying to fire up, I don't know, his base or whatever, but the lies that have been associated with this whole thing that haven't even been discussed tonight, or, you know, for political gain, or just, I don't know, troubling to me. And I think troubling to most people that have experienced it.
And we're not a community that's unfamiliar with corrections.
Yeah.
I mean, this is what Leavenworth, I mean, if we have a brand worldwide, it's corrections. So we want it to be done excellently, and it has not been done excellently in the past. And that's really the root of a lot of the frustration that you hear today. So whether it passes tonight or whether it goes to the City Commission, I think from the citizens of Leavenworth to you, we want you to be the best in the world at corrections. And that's our charge to you if this gets approved. Okay. All right, I will entertain a motion if we are done with discussion.
Would you like for the clerk to read the
Yes.
conditions for the record?
I think if Miss, are you the clerk today? Are you the clerk for this?
I'll be
Miss
the
Portillo,
clerk today,
please.
Sure.
Please.
So here are the proposed amendments that I have for the conditions of the special use permit. Item number 4, change the language to state, Core Civic will provide the city, its agents, and employees access to the property and the facility within 2 business days with prior written notice to monitor compliance, and the rest continues as written in the policy report. A change to item number 7, stating the special use permit will be issued for an initial term of 3 years, commencing as the effective date of the special use permit, and continuing on as written in the policy report. And then finally, a change to item number 11, with the language, Core Civic will have installed prior to the holding of any detainees a new grinder pump pursuant to specifications approved by the city's Director of Public Works, and then continued on written as in the policy report. And then additionally, that the corresponding changes will be made to the performance agreement to match the language we just stated in the conditions.
I have one question. On the 2-day, what number was that?
Four, I
Number
think.
4.
Thank you.
Okay. I will entertain a
So
motion.
is the verb that we are recommending to the city commission, is that we're approving this report, what is the verb that we're actually doing?
You got the specific language that we should use.
Isn't it on
I
this
have-
page right here?
Well, I have a million pages.
It's on the back of, item number 16, if you flip it over, it gives you, yeah,
You got it?
gives you examples.
That motion, the sample motion may need to be modified to reflect what was
Those
just read as
items.
well.
Okay, so, yeah, let's try this and see if it works. All right. So I move that the Leavenworth Planning Commission recommend to the city commission approval of the application of the special use permit number 202602 SUP with conditions 1 through 16 as provided in the staff report, and the 3 modifications that were just read by the clerk.
Subject to the 4 modifications.
Was it 4 or 3?
The 4th was just the commensurate changes to the performance agreement.
Okay, subject to the 4.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
A motion has been made and properly seconded. I believe we'll do this by roll call vote. We will have the clerk read out the names of the people to record their votes.
Hanson,
Aye.
Waugh,
Aye.
Pressinger,
Aye.
Homan,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Bateman.
No. Motion passes 5-1. Is there any other business that we should undertake at this time?
We will just note that we will have a planning commission meeting next month that is scheduled for March 2nd.
All right, great. That being said, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So
Motion
moved.
to adjourn, a second.
Second, motion made, properly stated, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes, we are adjourned.